Chapter 1506. After Rama's return to the mythical world, the wind and fire auras that were constantly increasing in the world also tended to calm down. Sensing that the aura had calmed down, the grand ceremonies that were held together all over the world were also announced to stop. All the forces in the world of magic began to send people to confirm the extent of the damage caused by the appearance of the last king. As a result, although the grand ceremony to calm down the aura was held, there were still a few active volcanoes that erupted, causing quite a disaster. Especially the island country that Rama appeared in, a lot of the aura of the earth was involuntarily extracted by this brave warrior and turned into a land of death. At the same time, there were also many volcanic eruptions that caused some damage. Fortunately, only some buildings were damaged, and there were no casualties. It was considered a great fortune in the midst of misfortune. However, this also made many of the higher-ups in the world of magic and spells feel a sense of fear. One should know that Rama had only appeared for a short period of about a day. Moreover, the next day, all the forces in the world worked together to hold a ceremony to calm down the aura, delaying the increase of the fire and wind auras. Even so, such a degree of damage was still caused. One could imagine how much danger Rama would bring to the world if he were to continue living. Thinking of this, the higher-ups of the major forces felt very fortunate. No matter what, this incident was finally over in a way that was daunting but not dangerous. Although the major forces did not participate in the battle against Rama and the other gods of disobedience, the battle against the gods of disobedience was originally the responsibility of the God-slayers. As ordinary humans, even magicians who were far beyond the reach of ordinary people could not participate in it. What they could do was to provide some manpower support in the battle between the God-slayers and the gods of disobedience, as well as clean up the aftermath of the battle. Therefore, no matter which country it was, the major forces in the world of magic would be busy. At this time, perhaps only the God-slayers who were in charge of the battle could be idle. In a room in the hotel, Luo Hao was sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating while chatting with Noah. In the battle with the masked wind god, Luo Hao did not suffer any injuries. However, in order to defeat the masked wind god, Luo Hao used up a lot of curse power, causing the curse power to be in a state of deficit. This was not surprising. If Luo Hao had used the power of the great strength Vajra divine Kung Fu against the masked wind god to determine the victor, then the curse power consumption would not be so serious. However, the prideful sect leader Luo Hao had chosen to use the power of the Dragon Roar and Tiger Roar grand magic against the masked wind god. That was simply asking for trouble. No matter what, his opponent was the wind god. On the other hand, the great art of Dragon and Tiger's Roar was the power to create storms through ballots. Against a god who could manipulate wind, using wind to fight was naturally not an easy task. In view of this, in the end, even though Luo Hao still obtained victory, it was extremely difficult, causing his curse power to be depleted. Left with no choice, Luo Hao could only stay here for the time being and meditate to recover the lost curse power. Rama, after confirming the true identity of the hero who annihilated the demon king from Noah, Luo Hao nodded as if she had expected it. It really is that prince. What's wrong? Noah was surprised. You knew it long ago? I only knew it after the battle with the wind god. Luo Hao nodded. In the battle, I uncovered the true face of the wind god. After learning that he was the ape god with white body hair, I guessed the identity of the hero. Because Rama liberated the weapons given by the gods in the heaven realm and presented the Manshala, people would naturally associate it with the Indian mythology that had a relationship with the Manshala. In Indian mythology, when a white-haired ape god was mentioned, the first thing that would come to mind was Hanuman, who helped Rama defeat the demon king Ravana in the Ramayana. In a sense, Hanuman's fame was even greater than Rama's. After all, he was the prototype of the protagonist's son Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven in the famous masterpiece Journey to the West in China. For Luo Hao, he was naturally the first god that came to mind. Since the masked wind god was Hanuman, then the lord that Hanuman followed was only Rama, right? Moreover, Rama was the seventh incarnation of Vishnu, who was born to annihilate the Demon King. This legend matched up with the hero who annihilated the Demon King. In this way, Luo Hao easily guessed that the true identity of the hero was Rama. It was precisely because the exposure of himself meant exposure of his lord that Hanuman did not hesitate to conceal his appearance, not even speaking half a word, and had always pursued the doctrine of mystery. As long as one had some understanding of Indian mythology, it was not difficult to guess the hero's real name after seeing the Manchala and Hanuman's appearance. However, I didn't expect Prince Rama to have the god relic that can resurrect the sword god, Luo Hao said, somewhat annoyed. I've lost my composure for not being able to completely eliminate the enemy. If this were to spread, I'm afraid the people in the martial world would laugh at me, Luo Sulian, for being a careless and reckless person. You're overthinking, Noah said, feeling a little speechless. Who would dare to insult you, Luo Hao? Even so, if this were to spread, my reputation as the unparalleled chief of the martial world would still be tarnished. Luo Hao thought about it seriously. Why don't we getting to give an order to forbid anyone from mentioning this? Anyone who disobeys will have their tongues cut off as a punishment. Noah could not pretend that he did not hear anything. You're not allowed to give an order like that. Luo Hao frowned. Why? Noah rolled his eyes. Even if I were to tell you the reason, a girl like you who lacks self-awareness might not understand. Since you can't understand, then don't ask so many questions. If I tell you not to do it, then you're not allowed to do it. It sounded like an order. If someone else dared to say that to Luo Hao, they would have to wait for Luo Hao to fly into a rage. However, what Noah said made Luo Hao nod her head obediently. I understand. Since my husband said so, then let's do it. Noah finally understood. Although Luo Hao was a tyrant without a shred of self-awareness, she was not a bad person. Moreover, as a woman from China who had survived 200 years ago, Luo Hao was unexpectedly very traditional. She abided by China's 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and basically followed Noah's lead. Luo Hao would only listen to Noah's words without any reason. Since this matter has been settled, then there is no need for me to continue staying here. Luo Hao got up from the bed and turned her beautiful eyes to Noah. Husband, I'm preparing to return to Mount Lu. Return to Mount Lu? Noah asked. Now, I've recovered most of my lost curse power. I have no problem using God's celerity, Luo Hao said without hesitation. If that's the case, as a married woman, it's not good for me to show my face in public. You're quite open-minded. Noah laughed bitterly and looked straight at Luo Hao. Once you return, perhaps we won't be able to see each other for a while. With Luo Hao's personality, she would not come out after returning to Mount Lu. Then, unless Noah went to Mount Lu to visit Luo Hao in China, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. Moreover, Noah could leave this world at any time. Who knew when next time they would meet again? Luo Hao did not care about this at all. She was even more straightforward than Noah. A real man should have ambitions everywhere. My husband is a peerless hero, an invincible king. You should travel the world and accomplish great things. There is no need to have any misgivings because of me. With that, Luo Hao stepped forward and straightened Noah's collar. No matter what, this concubine is still a king realm expert, so I naturally understand this principle. Therefore, husband, you don't need to worry about me. This concubine will always wait for husband's grand arrival at Mount Lu. At that time, let this concubine serve you well. After saying that, Luo Hao took half a step back and gave Noah a deep look. Then, she turned around and disappeared from where she stood. Seeing this, Noah sighed. I really don't know how to react to this girl. Chapter 1507. After Luo Hao left, Noah returned to his room. Kacha! With the soft sound of the door opening, Noah opened the door of his room and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Noah was slightly startled, because in the room, on the table next to the sofa, there was a piece of paper. Noah stepped forward, picked up the paper, and read the contents. Since I've done what I need to do, then I have no reason to stay any longer. I'll leave the Holy Grail with you for the time being. If there's a chance, I'll find a way to get at Alexander Gascoigne." Seeing this, Noah understood. Yarrick also left. Moreover, he left without a sound. This was quite like that guy's style. Presumably, the guy known as the Black Prince must have felt that this way of leaving was in line with his own aesthetics. However, it was just like what Alice had said. That guy Yarrick seemed rational, but in fact he was quite twisted in some places. It's not impossible to have a cool way of leaving, but before that, it's more normal to consider whether it's normal to barge into someone else's room without permission, right? Noah couldn't help but twitch his mouth, crumpling the paper in his hand. Sure enough, that guy seems rational, but in the end, he's still a reckless, god-slaying demon king. If this sentence was heard by Yarrick, he would definitely spare no effort to refute it, right? Unfortunately, in fact, Yarrick had neglected the question of whether one could barge into someone else's room without permission. If this was used against him, it would definitely make that guy who thought he was very rational unable to say anything and feel aggrieved. The weakness is surprisingly obvious. Noah sighed. No wonder Alice could resist him. Saying this, Noah casually threw the paper ball in his hand into the trash can with great precision. Then, he removed 2 weapons from his back. They were 2 small swords the size of a palm. One was a steel sword that was completely silver. The other was an iron sword that was completely platinum. These 2 small swords were Noah's contracted sprites. This was especially true for the platinum-colored dagger, which Noah had only recently obtained. It was the divine blade that could even cut through stars and was known as the strongest divine blade. That was Noah's elven device, as well as Noah's authority. As for the specifics, Noah had yet to find out what had happened to the blade after it was assimilated by Athena. However, there was no rush. In any case, there would be plenty of time for research in the future. Now, there was another problem that made Noah very vexed. Thinking of this, Noah faintly sighed. He raised the small silver sword, looked at it, and said helplessly, "I say, Aster, you should be appeased by now, right?" While saying that, Noah couldn't help but glance at the back of his left hand. There, Noah's elven mark was imprinted. However, originally, on the back of Noah's left hand, there should only be one mark made of crisscrossing swords. But now, the crisscrossing sword's mark had shrunk by half. The other half was occupied by another crisscrossing sword's mark. The 2 marks made of crisscrossing sword were placed side by side, occupying the entire back of Noah's left hand. It looked like an elven mark, but in reality, it was made up of 2 elven marks. Generally speaking, even if it was an elven user of the same attribute and type, after contracting with an elven user, the elven mark would be more or less different. Moreover, as if it had a territorial consciousness, it would not be branded on the same part of the elven user's body. However, Aster's and Athena's elven marks were not only exactly the same, but they also occupied the back of Noah's left hand. If it was not for the gap between the 2 elven marks, it would look like the same elven mark. The reason why this happened, according to Athena, was probably because of the secret technique to transform into an elf. After all, I used the existence of that sword elf as the basis to create the secret technique to transform into an elf. So, if we really count it, I am now like her sister, right? Because of this, the 2 elven marks were exactly the same, and they occupied the same part of the elven user's body. Of course, there was still a difference between the 2. Although Aster and Athena were both sword elves, Aster was a sword elf of the steel attribute, while Athena was a sword elf of the holy attribute. Originally, Noah thought that Athena, as the former goddess of earth, would be of the earth or darkness attribute. Who knew that she would be of the holy attribute, which was the rarest and most precious of the 5 elements. This was unexpected. However, it should be because Athena had assimilated the blade of salvation. In short, Noah still had to find out how powerful Athena was. Compared to this, Aster's problem was more vexing for Noah. "Aster," Noah tapped the body of the silver dagger in his hand and said in a friendly tone, "It's time for you to talk to me, right?" Ever since he formed a contract with Athena, Aster had not made any moves. Even when Noah called her, the elven girl did not respond to Noah. Noah, who understood Aster, understood. This elven girl was probably angry. Moreover, he was very angry. At this time, Athena's voice sounded in Noah's mind. It seems that the matter of you forming a contract with me has made this elven girl unhappy. Athena spoke as if it was none of her business. Although as a subordinate, it's really hard for me to agree with such an attitude towards my master. Dealing with the problems between subordinates is also a way for me to show my master's magnanimity. My dear fated one, how do you intend to deal with the problems between your contracted spirits? Just as Athena's voice sounded in Noah's mind, Aster, who had been ignoring Noah, finally spoke. I am a master's only contracted elf. You have nothing to do with it. Aster expressed her dissatisfaction with Noah's second contract. Master already has me, the strongest sword elf. He doesn't need any elves with unknown abilities. Oh, how can I pretend that I didn't hear that? Athena's pride as the former goddess seemed to have been seriously provoked, and she immediately retorted. Perhaps before I was born, you were the strongest sword elf in the elemental world, but now that I was born, only I have the right to be called the strongest. You're just a half-assed elf, Aster said, unwilling to be outdone. In front of the holy sword that can even kill the demon king, you're just an ordinary existence. Indeed, I haven't been an elf for long, but no matter what, I was born after being assimilated with the divine sword that can even cut stars. Athena seemed to be so angry that she laughed. A mere elf that can kill the demon king. There's no need to compare. Aster suddenly became silent. However, Noah could feel that the silver dagger in his hand began to tremble slightly. I was the one who formed the contract with a master first. Please leave my master, divine sword elf. At this moment, even the silver dagger in Noah's other hand began to tremble. I have an indelible fate with this man. It's not something that could be compared to a mere first-come, first-served relationship. Even if someone should leave, it should be you, holy sword elf. The silver dagger began to emit a brilliant white light. Master and I have already made a vow to be together for eternity. The silver dagger also began to emit a brilliant white light. I have also made a vow to be with this man. This sentence seemed to have angered Aster. If that's the case, then let's decide who is the one who can accompany the master for life. Athena accepted it without hesitation. Very well, although I'm no longer a goddess, I must let you know that my dignity is not to be violated. The conflict between the two contracted elves completely erupted. Chapter 1508. Clang Dash. Dazzling silver light and dazzling platinum light appeared in the air at the same time. Within the light, Noah's small silver sword and platinum sword simultaneously disintegrated into light particles and converged into human figures. Then, Aster and Athena simultaneously appeared within the light and landed on the ground, looking at each other. At this moment, there was no expression on the faces of the two girls. They were calm, and it could even be said that they lacked emotion. However, when the two girls looked into each other's eyes, one carried a sense of mystery, while the other carried a sense of flirtatiousness. They looked rather charming. However, the oppressive aura emanating from the two girls was rather shocking, telling others just how serious Aster and Athena were. These two girls were actually prepared to fight. This was because the two elven girls used Noah's heart as a platform to converse when they transformed into their sword forms. As a result, even though the conversation between the two of them seemed to be long, it was actually just a split second of communication between their minds. Because of this, Noah didn't even have time to react before the two elves started fighting. This made Noah shocked, and he hurriedly spoke. Wait, why did you two suddenly have a conflict? Master, please don't stop me. Aster expressionlessly said. I have to tell this divine sword elf, who is Master's true contracted elf. Also don't stop me. Athena also expressionlessly said. No matter what, I was once the queen of the realm of gods and the goddess of war. There is no reason for me to turn a blind eye to someone's provocation and challenge. So you're prepared to fight? The winner has the right to speak? Noah said, do you have to fight and kill for no reason? Don't worry, Master. Aster was still expressionless. It won't take long. I can deal with this elf immediately. I have never met a life form that dares to boast so shamelessly before the queen of the realm of gods. Athena's pair of flirtatious snake eyes stared closely at Aster. Although I have lost all of my power as the goddess of earth in the past, I have assimilated with the divine blade that saved the world. Now, I am the divine blade, and the power of the divine blade is my power. With that, Athena raised her hand. Beep, beep, beep. Along with the crisp sound of an electric shock, a dazzling electric light flashed in Athena's hand. This is, Noah said in surprise, lightning of salvation. The true lightning of salvation is the incarnation of the countless weapons that the gods of heaven bestowed upon the heroes who annihilated the demon king. I am now assimilating with the divine blade, allowing the divine blade that was originally bestowed by the gods of heaven to become independent. Athena said with a calm expression. Thus, the current lightning of salvation is just pure lightning. However, it is still the heavenly lightning transformed from the divine blade and is more powerful than ordinary lightning. I am not confident that I can control the power of the lightning of salvation. So, Holy Sword Elf, don't die so easily. Before Noah could say anything to stop her, the electric light flashing in Athena's hand turned into a flash of light and shot out. In an instant, it pierced through space and struck Aster. Beep, beep, beep. The violent lightning immediately covered Aster's petite body. It moved back and forth on her body, constantly striking her with electricity. However, Aster's expression did not change at all in the face of the violent electric shock. She ignored the violent lightning on her body and said softly, "It's useless. It's useless. I have the highest resistance to curses. Even heavenly lightning can't harm me." Is that so? Athena looked as if she had expected this. Apparently, she had already guessed this outcome. If that's the case, then I'll use a little annoying power. Suddenly, the flickering lightning on Athena's hand disappeared and was replaced by a whitish gold radiance. Wong. Amidst the trembling of space, the platinum light bloomed from Athena's hand and illuminated the entire room. Looking at the dazzling platinum light, Noah was really shocked. The light of salvation? Impressively, it was the light of salvation that could turn the essence of the earth into a blow that could split a star. Athena could even use the light of salvation? In the past, the hero who annihilated the demon king had extracted the essence of the earth more than once and turned it into a blow that could even split a star. Athena said self-deprecatingly. That was a power that could not be used without the support of the earth's essence. The hero was able to use it freely because he had absorbed the life of his servant girl. As the former goddess of the earth, after I assimilated with the divine blade, I was able to awaken this power and use it freely. This power was formed after taking the life of the goddess of the earth. To me, it's an absolute taboo. Athena's expression finally became a little cold. Therefore, Holy Sword Spirit, surrender to me now, and I can still forgive you. Wait until I use this taboo power on you. Then I'll really be angry. I won't surrender to you. Aster replied without any explanation. Master only needs me as his contracted sprite. You really don't know what's good for you. Athena snorted. Then let me teach you a little lesson. Just as Athena was about to release the light of salvation that could split a star, Noah finally could not stand it anymore. Stop. The light of salvation that blossomed in Athena's hand suddenly became sluggish. Without Athena's permission, it dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Athena frowned, but there was no other way. Who asked Athena to become Noah's authority? As Noah's authority, Noah's orders were absolute to Athena. Therefore, Athena was Noah's contracted spirit. Only Noah could form a contract with her, whether she was willing or not. As long as Noah wanted to, he could use her power to form a contract with her. Compared to Athena, Aster, a proper contracted spirit, had more freedom. At that moment, Aster looked at Noah silently and said with an emotionless expression, "Master, do you really want to form a contract with this divine blade spirit?" Being stared at by Aster's mysterious eyes, Noah could not help but feel a trace of guilt. However, Noah shook his head and squatted in front of Aster. He stroked Aster's head. "Apologies, Aster. I know you don't want to see me form a contract with another spirit other than you. But Athena is not only my contracted spirit, but also my authority. Even if we don't form a contract, she can't leave me." Aster fell silent. This young elf had always been emotionless. It was hard for others to know what she was thinking. But Noah knew that Aster was still dissatisfied and was not convinced by him. "Why don't we do this?" Noah said helplessly. "As long as you listen to me obediently, then as long as it is within my power, you can make any request. No matter what it is, I will agree to it and help you achieve it. Can you stop being angry?" Hearing this, Aster finally raised his head and stared at Noah. Any request is fine." Noah nodded. "Of course, the prerequisite is that I can do it. How about it?" Aster's eyes flickered. He looked at Noah and then at Athena. In the end, he nodded unwillingly. Noah was relieved. Athena glanced at Noah. "Using rewards to appease your subordinates. It's not a very clever method, but it's not bad either. It's passable." Noah rolled his eyes. Who was the one who caused this to happen? At this moment, Noah's phone rang. Noah was startled. He took out his phone and picked up the call. After a while, Noah's expression changed. Chapter 1509. Hampstead. It was the location of one of the few high-class residential streets in London, England. In the corner of such a place, there was a mansion similar to an ancient castle. In the mansion, not only was there a vast courtyard, there were also 4 tall buildings and 4 tall towers. It was very luxurious. In Hampstead, there were many mansions like this. However, this mansion was undoubtedly the most special one among them. There was no other reason. Because the owner of this building was the daughter of Duke Goding's family, Alice Louise of Navarre. She was commonly known as Princess Alice. The former chairman of Greenwich's Sage Parliament was now a special consultant in this parliament. The reason was very simple. Because Alice was weak and sick, she could not continue to be the chairman of the Sage Parliament and could only retire. But even so, Alice still had the highest position in the Sage Parliament. Even the current chairman would not violate Alice's orders. Because of this, more than a month ago, Alice received Noah's protection. After her body recovered, many of the senior members of the Sage Parliament even advocated for Alice to be the chairman again and preside over the overall situation. It was said that even the current chairman had no objections and said that he would obediently give up the position. From this, it could be seen how high the prestige of this European princess in the Sage Parliament was. Unfortunately, Alice refused this proposal and did not take the position of chairman again. Her reason was like this: "I have already sat on the chairman's seat once. Even if I sat on it again, it would not be interesting at all." Of course, the reason to the public became like this: "I believe in the ability of the current chairman. I believe that he can continue to lead the Sage Parliament and go on the right path. So, please allow me to refuse." Many of the senior members of the Sage Parliament were amazed by Princess Alice's noble conduct. But those who really knew the truth looked at the senior members of the Sage Parliament, who praised Alice as if they were looking at a group of pitiful worms. Especially a certain Black Prince. After learning about this matter, he made such a declaration with a face of certainty. Compared to sitting on the chairman's seat again, that woman would definitely prefer to be able to see the faces of those who were fooled by her obedient girl mask, because it would be more fun. In fact, that was indeed the case. However, the world is always ignorant. Therefore, the mortals could only be deceived by the princess. However, the princess was not in a good state. Buzz! Suddenly, a thick darkness emerged in front of the door of the mansion, converging into a door-like shadow. Noah walked out from the shadows and arrived at the famous high-class residential area in London. Almost at the same time, a group of servants dressed as maids rushed out from the interior of the mansion and lined up on both sides of the door. The door slowly opened. Then, a woman dressed as a secretary walked out. That was Alice's female officer, Elisen. The last time Noah visited here, It was also this trusted aide of Princess Alice who came out to greet him. Elisen bowed with a somewhat stiff expression. As expected of the strongest demon king, who can even defeat the brave one. It only took a moment for him to come here from the distant Japan. How admirable. Although that was what she said, looking at Elisen's stiff expression, she was definitely more in awe than in admiration. To this female officer, no matter how powerful the demon king was, he was still a demon king. The more terrifying the power, the greater the disaster if the demon king was angered. With this thought in mind, Elisen was naturally fearful of the power displayed by Noah. And Noah was too lazy to continue dilly-dallying with Elisen. That's all I have to say. Take me to Alice. I understand. Elisen pushed the glasses on her face and said seriously, "Then please come with me." Noah nodded. Thus, under Elisen's lead, Noah stepped into the famous princess mansion for the second time. Gotcha! With the slight sound of the door opening, Noah walked into Alice's room for the second time. "Welcome, Sir Noah." In the room, the most beautiful woman in Europe was wearing pajamas and lying on the bed. Her face was sickly pale. She leaned against a pillow and sat up, greeting Noah. "This is the second time you've come in my room, but unfortunately, just like the last time, I can't get out of bed to greet you. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but smile bitterly. Last time, it was still understandable. But this time, you're clearly the one who caused this. Who can you blame? There's nothing we can do about it. Alice let out a faint sigh. If I don't release all the protective power in my body, let alone the whole world, I can't even extend my spiritual sense to the whole London. This is the only way. After the appearance of the last king, in order to control the wind and fire aura all over the world and prevent the apocalypse from coming, all the forces in every corner of the world joined hands and held a huge world-class ceremony that had never been done before and would never be done again. In that ceremony, in order to make everyone in the world cooperate with each other and make it possible to hold the ceremony together, Alice used her spiritual sense as a bridge to connect the spirits of all the forces in the world. In order to do this, Alice released all the protective power in her body that was used to restore her health, so the ability of her spiritual sense was greatly enhanced. Finally, she successfully connected the spirits of all the people in the world, making the ceremony a success. After this ceremony was destined to be recorded in history. At that time, Alice would also become a world famous, which not only limited to Europe, but also the princess of the world. However, the price she had to pay was not small. In order to make the ceremony work, Alice released all the protective power. As a result, the power of the protective power was exhausted, causing the princess who had finally recovered to fall down again, returning to her weak and sickly state. Those blessings were originally enough to protect Alice for several years, allowing her to continue living a healthy life, even if she constantly used her spiritual senses during this period. Now, it was all used up in one go. It was conceivable that if there was no protective power, Alice would never be able to extend her spiritual sense to the whole world and connect everyone's spirits. After knowing that Alice had fallen, Noah immediately tore open the magic scroll of the portal and instantly rushed from Japan to London. The person who called Noah was Alice. Noah still felt that he understood Alice's approach. After all, if she didn't do this, then it would be impossible for the world-class ceremony to be successfully established. However, Noah couldn't say that he didn't have any opinions about Alice falling down because of this. "I'll just ignore you like this," Noah murmured. "In this way, maybe I can let you lie at home obediently and not run around outside and cause trouble." Wait, Alice hurriedly begged. "Please, don't do this, or I'll be bored to death." "Oh," Noah sneered aloud. "What does that have to do with me? Lord Noah, don't tell me you intend to leave me to die?" Alice asked pitifully. "You're such a gentleman. Surely you won't leave a weak and sickly lady in the lurch, right? The problem is that a weak and sickly person is not a lady, but a wild girl," Noah said angrily. "Who knows if it will be a good thing to cure this person?" After saying that, Noah stepped forward, walked to Alice's bedside, and sat down. Looking at Noah, who was sitting on the edge of her bed, Alice's pretty face started to redden bit by bit. The reason why Alice called Noah was that she wanted Noah to give her another protective power. Then, there is no need to explain what needed to be done next. Chapter 15:10. In fact, before calling Noah, Alice had been worried about whether she should ask Noah to give her another protection. In addition to etiquette and skills, the careless Alice only had one thing that was most in line with the title of princess. That was, she didn't often have close contact with the opposite sex. As the most outstanding woman in Europe, it wasn't that Alice had never been in contact with the opposite sex in the past, but she had never had close contact with the opposite sex. The reason for this was that in addition to Alice being too noble and elegant, ordinary men couldn't get close to her at all. The most important reason was that this girl was weak and sick, and most of the time she was lying in bed. In this way, what opportunity did she have to have close contact with the opposite sex? Therefore, even if in other aspects, Alice was like a child pretending to be an obedient girl, but in terms of interacting with the opposite sex, Alice really had no experience in ambiguous aspects. Therefore, only in the face of the matter between men and women, Alice would show the most appropriate shyness of a girl. If Noah were to bestow a new blessing on him, it would mean that he would need to have intimate contact with Noah. Moreover, it was the most intimate kind of intimate action that only lovers would do. How could this not make Alice distressed? But at the same time, Alice's heart was beating faster. There was no doubt that Noah was the only person of the opposite sex who had the most intimate contact with Alice. In this case, it was naturally impossible not to leave some ripples in Alice's heart. In the end, Alice could only persuade herself with a red face. Anyway, I've already done it once. If I do it again, it doesn't matter, right? With this excuse, Alice persuaded herself. However, when this time really came, a normal girl couldn't help but blush. In this regard, Alice was undoubtedly a normal girl. As a matter of course, Alice's cheeks naturally turned red as her heart raced. Seeing Alice's blushing face, Noah was a little amused. Compared with Alice, Noah's experience with the opposite sex was undoubtedly richer. Back then, Noah was also a pure and innocent young master who would be at a loss when a girl hugged him. Now, although Noah wasn't a veteran, he already had 2 fiancées and even a self-admitted concubine. He was no longer pure. In addition, this was not the first time he had intimate contact with Alice. Noah calmly reached out his hand and held Alice's waist, holding the future princess of the world into his arms. Wait a minute. Alice couldn't help but cry out. She blushed and lowered her head, her arms supporting Noah's chest. As expected, I still need some time to mentally prepare myself. You're only mentally preparing yourself now? Noah was speechless. Before you called me, you should have been mentally prepared, right? That's that, and this is this. Alice's face turned red as she tried to force logic. No matter what, you can't be anxious. Lord Noah, you need to be patient with a lady. Oh, Noah said with a smile that was not a smile. Then how long should you wait before you're mentally prepared? Alice was speechless. Let me think about it. Hearing this, Noah was really speechless. Mental preparation required time. Even thinking about when to be mentally prepared required time. How much time would it take? When would he be able to protect her? Although it was true that he couldn't be anxious and that he should be patient with a girl, he also needed to be tough when he needed to be tough. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. In this regard, Noah was naturally more experienced than Alice, and he could see it more clearly. Therefore, Noah chanted the spirit of words without any hesitation. I will use these words to provoke the gods in the sky. Exercise this magic, chant this spell, and make everything in the world bow and kneel suddenly in Noah's heart. The stone plate at the center of the cosmic sea suddenly turned and pointed to the incarnation of the priest. Noah directly turned the energy in the energy source in his body into divine power. He let the divine power flow and refined it into the power of protection, which rushed to his throat. When she heard Noah chant the spirit of words, Alice knew what Noah was going to do. She panicked all of a sudden. Wait, wait, wait. Lord Noah. Ignoring Alice's pleas and panic, Noah directly reached out a hand and pinched Alice's chin. With a gentle force, he opened Alice's small mouth. Then, as Alice panicked, he lowered his head and instantly captured Alice's lips. Oh! Alice let out a muffled groan, and her eyes widened to the maximum. In the end, her eyes were completely moist and filled with water vapor. Under such circumstances, Noah directly pried open Alice's teeth and captured the tip of the princess's tongue. Tasting the princess's lips and tongue for the second time, Noah also felt very refreshed. But Noah was not intoxicated by it. While tasting the princess's lips and tongue with enjoyment, he also instilled the refined protection into Alice's body. Oh! Alice once again let out a muffled groan. But this time, Alice's voice did not have the flirtatious feeling of association. Instead, there was only the discomfort of having her whole body filled with a powerful power. It was different from the last time. Last time, Noah's authority had just been obtained and was not mature. Even the cursed power in his body was only magic power. Although it was much more powerful than the average god slayer, it was still limited. This time, Noah's authority had already improved a lot after a long period of battle and self-enhancement. The power that drove the authority was divine power that could make the power of the authority even more powerful. In addition, the divine power was still endless, and the power output had also increased greatly under the strengthening of the sun's sovereignty. Naturally, compared to the last time, the difference could be described as heaven and earth. Therefore, the protection power that was several times, or even dozens of times greater than the last time, was poured into Alice's body, causing Alice's delicate body to bloom with an unprecedented bright brilliance. Chirp! After an unknown amount of time, the entangled man and woman finally released their lips. Noah and Alice, who was in his arms, looked at each other. One's eyes were unusually gentle, while the other's eyes were moist. Moreover, she was constantly panting, causing the atmosphere to have a touch of pink. Looking at Alice, who was gasping for breath, Noah said with a mocking smile, "How do you feel? Feel? What does it feel like? The feeling of kissing? Or the feeling of her body being healed?" Alice's pretty face became flushed again, but the sickly pallor was gradually fading away. That was the precursor to her recovery. This time, the protection I instilled in you should be able to protect you for more than 10 years, even if you keep using your spiritual senses. Noah gently pinched the tip of Alice's nose. "Don't mess around anymore, girl." After saying that, Noah did not linger on the warm and fragrant jade in his arms. He gently helped Alice lie down. As soon as Alice lay down, she immediately covered her face with the blanket in an attempt to completely cover her flushed face. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. She stared at Noah for a long time without moving away. Looking at Alice's moist eyes that made one's imagination run wild, Noah's heart could not help but skip a beat. Then, he let out a dry cough and pretended to be calm as he spoke to Alice. "By the way, Alice, if you've recovered, please help me tell Erica and Liliana that I plan to leave for another month." "Leave for another month?" Alice asked hurriedly without caring about her blushing face. "Why?" "I have something to do." Noah spread out his hands. Now, Erica, Liliana, Wanlagu, and Huina are all busy helping their respective forces deal with the aftermath. I only had time to inform Wanlagu and Huina. As for Erica and Liliana, I'll leave it to you to help me inform them. "Is that so?" Alice asked helplessly. "Then, where's Sir Noah going this time?" "Why? Are you curious?" Noah raised his eyebrows, then suddenly smiled. "Then let's give it a try." Although no matter what, it was impossible for Alice to find it. Chapter 15:11. Whoosh! A scorching hot gust of wind surged like a tidal wave, stirring up waves of sand and dust that filled the entire area. In the air, Noah floated in the sand, standing against the wind. His eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion as he looked down. At this moment, what entered Noah's eyes was a black-gray land. That was magma rock. It was a rock formed by the condensation of magma after it cooled down. Based on the time in this world, about a month ago before the magma rock was formed, the entire land should have been covered by a sea of magma. No one knew this clearly, because a month ago in this world, Noah was one of the culprits who destroyed the nearby area, causing the underground magma to erupt and drown everything in the sea of magma that flooded the surrounding area. The other culprit was the three-headed demon dragon, Azdakaha. Yes, Noah had returned. He had returned to Box Ting's world. In order to resolve the karma between him and the three-headed dragon, Azdakaha. In the world of the God-Slayer, Noah had only stayed for about 10 days. However, no matter how long Noah stayed in the other worlds, it would be a month later in this world if he returned to the world he had stayed in the past. After a month's time, the sea of magma caused by the earth-shattering collision between Noah and the three-headed dragon had already cooled down, turning into a black-gray land made of magma rock. A month ago, there was a city called Glowing Flames City on this land. Now, that city had long since been reduced to ashes in the battle between Noah and the three-headed dragon. Not a trace of it was left behind. A month ago, the three-headed dragon that had engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Noah here had also disappeared without a trace. After all, the three-headed dragon could not have stayed here for a month. This oldest demon king had already broken out of his seal. Then, he would definitely take action in order to bring despair and fear to Box Ting, and then attack the various outer gates. Perhaps, because of the three-headed dragon's appearance, Box Ting had already fallen into an abyss of suffering and had completely turned into hell. What's more, even his companions in No Name had been killed by the three-headed dragon. That wasn't something impossible. Thinking of this, Noah's heart became more or less heavy. However, if he left this world and returned, a month would definitely pass in this world. This was a fact that Noah could not change. Therefore, it was useless to be anxious. The most important thing right now was to act quickly. Thinking of this, Noah took a deep breath, and his eyes became sharp. Azdakaha, you'd better not do anything that will make people unhappy, or else, leaving such a sentence, Noah looked around, and then stopped in one direction. That was the direction of the Realm Gate. I wonder if the Realm Gate was destroyed. Even the glorious Flame City was destroyed, so it was not strange that the Realm Gate was destroyed as well. Noah could only pray that the Realm Gate was not destroyed. That way, Noah could return to the outer door of 210-5380 and return to the base of No Name. In the next moment, Noah's figure directly swept out, turning into a stream of light, and flew towards the location of the Realm Gate in his memory. Whoosh! In the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, a stream of light cut through the sky, like a meteor flashed across the horizon. As Noah flew forward, his eyes constantly swept the surroundings. Everything that entered his eyes was still the ground formed by black and gray magma. Back then, the collision between Noah and Azdakaha had caused a large amount of magma to erupt, forming an ocean that had even surged to the horizon, before finally stopping after being intercepted by a mountain range. One could imagine how wide the area was. At least, on the way here, Noah had not seen anything other than the boundless magma ground. At a certain moment, Noah noticed a trace of strangeness on the ground and suddenly stopped. Then, Noah narrowed his eyes slightly, moved his body, and shot toward the ground. Roar, 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 roar. A violent roar resounded on the black and gray ground. It was the roar of a few aliens. The aliens had a body that was like a white snake, but also like a lizard. There were two heads, and their eyes were like red jade, but they revealed a fierceness that was more ferocious than a beast. Impressively, they were the clones of the three-headed demonic dragon, Azdakaha. Moreover, judging from the murderous aura and ferocious aura emanating from these clones, they seemed to be the first-generation clones that were born directly from the blood of the three-headed demonic dragon. In other words, these double-headed dragons were all at the level of deities. These twin-headed dragons were roaring violently while charging forward like unstoppable chariots. Taking a closer look in front of these double-headed dragons, there was a figure. No, to be precise, it should be said that there were two figures. The owners of the figures, one of them was a monster that was flying forward at an extremely fast speed. The reason why he was called a monster was because he was like a ghost. He did not have legs, nor did he seem to have a body. There was only a light black cloth draped over his body, and his body floated in the air like a ghost. He also held a lantern with a burning flame in his hand, and on his head was a huge pumpkin head that was 10 times the size of a human head. That shape was very similar to the image of a Western jack-o'-lantern, and on the back of such a jack-o'-lantern, there was a girl lying on her stomach. She was a young girl with 2 dark green ponytails, wearing a black and white gothic lowly skirt. She looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. However, the girl's expression was a little pale. Looking at the few aliens that were chasing behind her at an extremely fast speed, she shouted out in fear and annoyance, "Jack, can't you think of a way?" Hearing this, the jack-o'-lantern, who was carrying the girl and flying forward at an extremely fast speed to avoid the pursuit of a few aliens, spat out a heavy and funny voice. "If it's only 1 or 2, I can still think a way to deal with them. But with this number, although I can't say that there's no way, once I enter the battle, there's no way to take care of you. Aisha. Retreat is the priority here for the time being." But, the girl named Aisha said with some unease, "At this speed, we'll be caught up sooner or later. Don't worry, we'll be able to escape back to the camp soon." Jack said comfortingly. "In short, Aisha, remember to hold on tight. Leave the rest to me, Jack, ah ha ha ha." The jack-o'-lantern monster made a humorous laugh, but that laugh seemed to be unusually empty in this situation. Roar, 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 roar. It was unknown if they were provoked by Jack's comical laughter, but the eyes of the 2-headed dragons became even more ferocious. They let out even more violent roars and suddenly increased their speed, rushing toward Jack, who was carrying Summer on his back. Under this kind of situation, the distance between the two became closer and closer. "Jack! Jack!" Aisha shouted with a pale face. "Almost they're about to catch up." "Tis." Jack finally couldn't maintain his humorous tone and said angrily, "How troublesome." After saying that, Jack's body suddenly surged with heat, causing the surrounding air to become somewhat distorted. Immediately, a burst of surging flames rose from Jack's body. Bang! The flames that rose with the wind shook the surroundings like an explosion, and in an instant, it covered the double-headed dragons. Roar, 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 roar. The double-headed dragons all let out painful roars, but the fierceness in their eyes didn't decrease, but instead increased. Thus, the double-headed dragons ignored the flames burning their bodies and suddenly rushed out of the flames. "Oh no!" Jack turned pale with fright. Aisha cried out in alarm, and her face became pale. Just as the 2-headed dragon was about to pounce on Summer's body, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Scram! Chapter 15:12. Get lost. When such a cold voice resounded in the space, a stream of light suddenly descended from the sky and flashed in front of the 2-headed dragons. Dong! Accompanied by a dull explosion, the 2-headed dragons were blasted away like rubber balls. They turned into arrows that left the bowstring and slammed into the dark gray ground. They were directly blasted into the ground by a huge force. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of a violent beast echoed in the air. Only then did Aisha and Jack react. They raised their heads and looked in front of them. Then the two of them saw it. They saw a back figure. A figure was suspended in midair. His robe was fluttering in the wind, and his posture looked unusually free and easy. Seeing this, how could Aisha and Jack not understand? Someone had come to their rescue. Noah didn't turn around when he felt the gazes from Aisha and Jack behind him. Instead of turning around, he asked as if he was talking to himself, "Are you okay?" Hearing Noah's voice, Aisha and Jack looked at each other. However, before Aisha and Jack could respond, a furious roar shook the area in front of them. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion, The few two-headed dragons that had been blasted into the black-gray ground burst open one after another, leaping out of the deep pits one after another. Roar, roar, roar! The two-headed dragons roared angrily. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Noah, and violent emotions flashed in their eyes. Seeing this, Xia was shocked, while Jack hurriedly spoke. "Your Excellency, those are the split bodies of the demonic dragon, and all of them are at the level of the first generation of deities. We have to leave here quickly. It's too dangerous to be entangled with them." However, Noah ignored Jack's advice. He stared at the double-headed dragons, and a sharp glint appeared in his dark and deep eyes. "Very well, although they're not the original body, since they're bastards that were born from the blood of the lizard. Let me vent a little." It was unknown whether or not they understood Noah's words, but the few double-headed dragons bared their ferocious fangs and suddenly roared. Without hesitation, they shook the ground and jumped up, pouncing in Noah's direction. "Be careful!" Xia and Jack both exclaimed. However, in the next moment, the two of them were shocked. Wong! In the midst of a tremor, golden ripples suddenly flashed in the space around Noah, and various relics such as swords, spears, halberds, and so on popped out. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the continuous sounds that sounded like gunshots, the treasures tore through the atmosphere and shot out like a machine gun, violently shooting toward the double-headed dragons that were attacking them. A few of the double-headed dragons did not even have the time to react before they were hit by the rain of relic. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Amidst the ripping sounds, the twin-headed dragons were bluntly pierced through by the treasures one after another. Moreover, they were sent flying by the force of the treasures. Like kites with their strings cut, they were sent flying. In the end, they were firmly nailed to the ground one after another. Thick blood flowed out from the bodies of the two-headed dragons. When the blood dripped to the ground, it merged with the dark gray ground, and it suddenly wriggled. In the next second, the wriggling ground turned into two-headed dragons that were one size smaller, and their eyes flashed with a bloody light. Noah narrowed his eyes when he saw that. He snorted coldly and raised his hand to pull out a huge sickle from a golden ripple that looked like a water wave beside him. A white mist filled the air on the sickle. It was cold air. It froze the surrounding air into ice particles, and it fell to the ground one after another. Holding the sickle that was filled with white cold air, Noah raised it high and swung it in the direction of the two-headed dragons. Whoosh! Along the path of the sickle, a surging cold wind suddenly blew, and it turned into a white storm. In an instant, it violently attacked the two-headed dragons and shrouded them. When the white storm disappeared, the two-headed dragons had already been frozen into ice cubes, and they were frozen on the spot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All kinds of relics, such as sabers, swords, spears, and halberds, were suddenly shot, and one by one, they fell on the ice sculptures. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst a series of explosions, the ice sculptures were directly shattered by the treasures one after another, turning into ice shards that filled the sky and fell to the ground. The whole place suddenly became quiet. The wave-like golden ripples that fluctuated around Noah suddenly shrank and disappeared between heaven and earth. However, the shock in Xia and Jack's eyes did not disappear. Looking at the unusually tall figure that was floating in front of them, Xia and Jack's hearts were in turmoil. How could the first-generation clone body of a deity be killed so easily? That was at least a 5-digit figure. To be able to kill such a group of god-level existences in an instant, only those who were ranked in the 4 digits could do it. The person in front of them was a 4-digit figure? The way Xia and Jack looked at Noah had completely changed. Although there was only a difference of 1 digit between a 4-digit figure and a 5-digit figure, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. After all, in the box court, people with 6-digit and 7-digit figures were called the lower class, while 5-digit figures were the middle class. Only those with 4-digit figures and above were the upper class. In addition, the gap between the classes was huge, so the difference between a 4-digit figure and a 5-digit figure was imaginable. Of course, there was also a gap between the same number of digits. A god-level existence like the first-generation clone body of the three-headed dragon was definitely at the top, even among the five-digit figures. In order to defeat such a clone body in the same number of digits, at least 4 or 5 people had to be gathered. If all of them were at the bottom of the five-digit figures, it was estimated that even if 10 people were gathered, they might not be able to defeat a god-level clone body. From this, one could see how big the gap between the same number of digits was, let alone between the different number of digits. To be able to kill a group of god-level existences so easily, the person in front of them would probably be at the top, even among the four-digit figures, right? Noticing this, how could AI, Xia, and Jack not change the way they looked at Noah? Of course, in addition to this, there was something else that shocked Jack. Those weapons just now. Jack's voice was a little hoarse. They should at least be bestowed weapons that simulate the godhead level, right? In various myths and legends, the bestowed weapons of the godhead level were famous. Except for a few, the rest were basically unique. In view of this, many people had replicated these godhead weapons. Some of the replicas were incomplete, but some were given a simulated godhead, expanding the spirit to be close to the real thing. For example, the Black Rabbit's Vajra replica was a replica of the Vajra replica. It was given a replica of the Vajra replica, and its power output was maximized. It was extremely close to the real thing. It was because of the existence of such a godhead weapon replica that Jack wanted to say that the bestowed weapons that he caught a glimpse of just now were all bestowed weapons that simulated the godhead level. As for the real thing, Jack did not dare to think about it, because how could such a thing exist? Noah, who did not know the shock in Jack's heart, slowly landed on the ground, turned his head, and looked at AI, Xia, and Jack. Seeing the two of them staring at him blankly, Noah touched his nose and spoke somewhat tentatively. Are you guys okay? Only then did AI, Xia, and Jack realize what was going on. AI, Xia looked at Noah's slightly handsome face and recalled the scene where he killed the two-headed dragon at the god level with just a wave of his hand, and her pretty face turned a little red. Jack, who did not notice the change in AI, Xia, introduced himself to Noah. Hello, I'm Jack from Wisp. Thank you very much for saving us. Oh, Noah was a little surprised. Chapter 15:13. Will-O-Wisp. Noah had heard of this community before. It was said that it was a community that was established in recent years. Its base was located in the 67890 outer sect of the Northern District of Boxcourt, and it was ranked in the 6 digits. There were 3 reasons why this community was famous. 1. It was said that this community was the strongest community in the Northern District. Its leader was known as the strongest demon in the Northern District. He was a great demon born at the border between life and death. He could freely travel between the realms of life and death, and even had the ability to interfere with the realms. He was one of the best great demons in Boxcourt. 2. Although this community had enough fighting ability, it was not a community of fighters. Instead, it was a community that focused on manufacturing. They specialized in making all kinds of fine handicrafts and gifts. In terms of smelting technology, they were one of the best in the lower levels. They were very famous in the lower levels. 3. This community was dedicated to guiding the souls of the innocent who had lost their lives and saving them. Especially the souls of children who had died prematurely, they would adopt and take care of them. It had the feel of a charity organization. Due to the above 3 reasons, the community, known as Will-O-Wisp, was quite famous in the lower levels of the 6 and 7-digit society. Even in the 5-digit society, there were quite a few people who had heard of their name. For no name, who could only stay in the lower levels of the 7 digits, such a community was more or less necessary to know. Noah was no exception. Therefore, when he found out that AI, Xia, and Jack were members of Will-O-Wisp, Noah was a little surprised and immediately had a good impression of them. You are the community that specializes in adopting the souls of the innocent children who had lost their lives, right? Noah suddenly smiled. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I have always wanted to say hello to you if I could meet you. Oh, Jack was a little surprised. Sir, have you heard of our community? Of course. Noah nodded. In the past, in order to adopt a group of innocent children, I established a guild, which is a community. I know how hard it is, so I have always wanted to meet you. So that's how it is. Jack was a little happy. It seems that Sir is also a person who loves children. That's great. It's not love, Noah said awkwardly. I just feel that I can't just sit back and do nothing. I'm being a busybody, right? No, no, no. How can this be considered meddling in other people's business? Jack said with a grin. With such noble conduct, even a saint cannot criticize you. If anyone thinks that you are meddling in other people's business, I, Jack, will be the first to not forgive them. Although Jack said this sentence in a relaxed and joking tone, Noah clearly found a trace of determination and resoluteness in it. Obviously, Jack was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Right. Let me introduce you to my companion. Jack floated to the side and spoke to the girl beside him. Love Summer. Yes. The girl named Aisha seemed to be frightened. She stood at attention and stuttered to Noah. I'm below wisps Asha Ignafartes. Nice to meet you. Noah smiled unnaturally. There's no need to be so nervous. Seeing the helpless and bitter smile on Noah's face, Aisha's pretty face actually blushed again. She lowered her head and softly agreed. Jack was a bit confused. Aisha, what's wrong? No, nothing. Aisha blushed and shook her head. I'm fine, oh. Jack looked at Aisha's blushing face and thought of something. He suddenly snickered. Could it be don't laugh like that? Aisha glared at Jack angrily. And don't laugh at me. Good. Jack was like a father who was gratified to see his child grow up. He held the lamp and floated up and down in the air. He seemed to be in a good mood. I'm just a pumpkin. Please don't mind me. Jack. Aisha's angry and shy voice sounded around him. Seeing the two comrades from a wisp suddenly quarreling in front of him, Noah smiled bitterly. He then took a deep breath and became serious. The two of you, just now, those were the clones of the three-headed demonic dragon Azi Dakaha. Since those clones are here, can I assume that the three-headed demonic dragon Azi Dakaha is also nearby? Noah's words made Aisha and Jack stop talking at the same time. They looked at Noah with astonishment. What? Jack was extremely surprised. Could it be that Your Excellency doesn't know about the three-headed demonic dragon Azi Dakaha's current situation? The humans breaking out of the seal in the final trial was undoubtedly a disaster for the box court. It was definitely more than enough for such a big matter to spread throughout the entire box court in a month's time. Under these circumstances, it was really surprising that there were still people who didn't know about Azi Dakaha's situation. My apologies. Due to some reasons, I left the box court and only returned today. Noah looked at Jack very seriously. So, could you please tell me what the current situation is? So it's like that. Jack suddenly understood. Of course, no problem. At this point, Jack's tone changed again. However, it's not very safe here. New clones could appear at any time. Your Excellency, please follow us to the camp first. We'll talk on the way. Camp. Noah was slightly startled. In order to deal with Azi Dakaha, the rulers of the East, South, and North regions and various communities have gathered here to form an alliance to fight against the oldest demon king. Jack explained. Currently, the rulers and communities have all gathered in a city. That is our camp. Is that so? Noah finally understood. I understand. Then let's talk on the way. Jack nodded with a chuckle. Only AI, Xia, secretly glanced at Noah from time to time. Her pretty face blushed from time to time, looking like a young girl who was in love. Presumably, Noah didn't expect this either, right? A hero saving a beauty was indeed the best way to capture a girl's heart. A month ago, the human's final trial, Azi Dakaha, broke out of the seal and sunk the entire Blazing Flame City into a sea of lava, completely destroying it. Blazing Flame City was the base of Salamandra. However, Salamandra was blown out of Blazing Flame City by the tornado that Aziz Dakaha casually created when he broke out of the seal. Moreover, before that, Salamandra had already dismissed all the residents of Blazing Flame City. Therefore, miraculously, Aziz Dakaha's escape did not cause a huge casualty in the first place. According to Salamandra, it was because a human named No Name had stood up and blocked Aziz Dakaha that the residents of Salamandra and Blazing Flame City were able to evacuate in time without being hurt. However, the human hero did not come out unscathed in the end. At that time, although Salamandra was blown away and was not in Blazing Flame City, there were many people who witnessed the battle between the human hero and Az Dakaha. It was said that the battle between the two caused the sky to fall and the earth to split. It destroyed Blazing Flame City, destroyed the earth, and ignited the underground magma, causing the sea of lava to be born. Everything in the vicinity sank into the magma and was destroyed. In the end, when everything calmed down, the human hero did not appear again. Only Az Dakaha, who was seriously injured and whose heart was exposed, flew out of the sea of lava. Therefore, everyone thought so. The human hero who blocked the oldest demon king had been sacrificed. Sacrificed? Noah was speechless. Chapter 15:14. During the battle with Az Dakaha, Noah was attacked by the resurrected three-headed dragon due to his carelessness. As a result, he was severely injured and fell into the sea of lava. At that time, because it had returned to Noah's hands, the world fragment that Noah had dug out from Az Dakaha's body along with his heart had become active. Using the factor of returning to Noah's hands, Noah had triggered the condition to return to the between worlds. Because of this, in the end, Noah did not lose his life in the sea of lava. Instead, he was transported to the world of the God Slayer. In that case, naturally, no one would discover Noah's whereabouts. Naturally, it was not strange to interpret Noah as a sacrifice. However, Noah did not expect that in a month's time, he would become a so-called human hero. Therefore, Noah was really speechless. Seeing Noah's speechless expression, Jack thought that Noah felt that it was a pity and could not help but sigh. I can understand what you're thinking. A human hero who is able to severely injure Az Dakaha to the point of exposing the weakness of his heart actually died in a battle with the oldest demon king. It's truly a pity. That's right. Ai Xian nodded in agreement. If that hero did not challenge the demon king alone, as long as we work together with the current rulers, we might be able to defeat Az Dakaha. It's not impossible to defeat Az Dakaha, Noah replied almost reflexively. The real problem is whether we can defeat the human in the final trial. That's the real problem. Jack was puzzled. What does that mean? It means that although Az Dakaha is very strong, it is not impossible to find a way to defeat him in the box, Noah said. The problem is that even if we defeat him, he'll be resurrected immediately. If we don't solve the mystery of why the lizard transformed from an evil god in the fire worship sect into a human in the final trial, we won't be able to defeat him at all. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Noah felt troubled. Originally, Noah wanted to continue exploring the riddle of the final trial in other worlds. However, he later realized that it would not work at all. The concept of the final trial only existed in this world. In the other worlds, Noah couldn't find a single clue about the final trial of the human race. Since there was no clue, how could he solve the riddle of the final trial? It was because of this that Noah wanted to return to this world. Only in this way could he hope to solve the riddle. Of course, Ai Xian, Jack did not know about this. Therefore, when they heard Noah's words, they looked at each other in dismay. Only then did Noah notice the difference between the two of them. He laughed dryly and changed the topic. Then after that human hero sacrificed himself. What happened? After that, in order to recover from his injuries, the three-headed dragon Az Dakaha did not immediately attack the box court. Instead, he hid deep in the mountains and attempted to recover from his injuries, Jack explained. However, at that time, Salamandra had already spread the news that Az Dakaha had broken out of his seal and asked for help from the South and East districts. Therefore, the rulers of the South, East, and East districts all gathered together and called for a community that had the ability to suppress the Demon King to discuss countermeasures. However, if the final trial of the humans was so easy to deal with, then the entire box court would not be so fearful of him. Hence, before they could come up with a countermeasure, Az Dakaha, who had fully recovered from his injuries, once again appeared. He slaughtered his way into the nearest outer door and launched a terrorist attack. In order to prevent this tragedy from happening, the rulers of the various districts immediately joined forces with the communities of the various districts to fight Az Dakaha. That battle could only be described as tragic. Countless people fell one after another under the three-headed dragon's fangs and claws, completely losing their lives. In the end, even if they joined forces with the rulers of the eastern, southern, and northern regions, as well as the experts of the various large communities, they were still unable to shake the most ancient Demon King. Under Az Dakaha's violent attacks, they suffered heavy casualties. Just as everyone was about to face despair and fall under Az Dakaha's demonic claws, White Yiksha, who was known as the strongest ruler of the hierarchy, finally stood up. In order to protect the future of the box court from Az Dakaha's hands, White Yiksha resolutely used his authority as the organizer. The rulers of the hierarchy all had the authority as the organizer. However, White Yiksha's authority as the organizer had always been prohibited from being used. That was because White Yiksha's authority as the organizer was very special. As the ruler of the laws of heaven and earth in the past and the center of the universe for a long time, White Yiksha's spiritual lattice had been shrinking with the gradual negation of the theory of heaven and earth. His power was only at the level of a sun god, but that was at best a result that could be obtained within the scope of human observation. The spiritual lattice of the theory of heaven and earth existed in a location that could not be found even if all the time in human history was exhausted. It was something that could only be proven after reaching the end of the stars, the end of time, and the end of the universe. Because of this, even if humans were gradually negating the theory of heaven and earth, White Yiksha could still preserve a certain degree of spiritual lattice. Otherwise, if the theory of heaven and earth was completely negated, White Yiksha might not even be able to maintain his existence, let alone his spiritual lattice. And White Yiksha's authority as the organizer was to infinitely expand the spiritual lattice of the theory of heaven and earth at the end of the universe, imprisoning the target in the white night horizon that had no exit. That way, as long as White Yiksha existed there, the imprisoned target would never be able to escape. In other words, White Yiksha was prepared to sacrifice himself and take Az Dakaha with him to be sealed at the end of the universe forever. What? Noah was shocked. White Yiksha took Az Dakaha and sealed him forever. That should have been the case. Jack laughed bitterly, but it didn't succeed in the end. Az Dakaha's strength far exceeded our imaginations, and even White Night King's imaginations. Back then, almost everyone who had participated in the battle and survived had seen an unbelievable scene. The human named Az Dakaha had erupted with astonishing willpower before he was sealed in the final trial. The three-headed dragon had a simulated star map, another cosmology, named Avesta. That was the simulated star atlas, another cosmology, that could imitate the target's cosmology, obtain all the properties of the target except for humans and the sect of fire, and superimpose them on oneself. It could also be used as a mirror to offset the power of the imitated target. As for the simulated star map, another cosmology, it could only imitate the cosmology and not the organizer's authority. However, before he was sealed by White Yiksha, Az Dakaha had exceeded his limits. He had broken through the limitations of Avesta's simulated star map, another cosmology, and imitated White Yiksha's organizer's authority. As a result, White Yiksha's organizer's authority was canceled out. Of course, it wasn't all of it. This kind of breakthrough was just a flash in the pan, disappearing in an instant. As a result, Az Dakaha's simulated star map, another cosmology, only canceled out most of the effects of White Yiksha's organizer's authority. He was not sealed to the end of the universe, but was sealed underground. Is that so? Noah muttered with mixed feelings. Sealed? Unfortunately, it's not a permanent seal, Jack said solemnly. Because most of the effect had been canceled out, it's only a matter of time before the demon dragon breaks out of the seal. According to the rulers of the various classes, the demon dragon will reappear in the world in at least a month and at most 3 months. Therefore, the rulers of the various classes have been staying in nearby camps and haven't left. Noah's eyes flickered, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. Very good, that's enough. Chapter 15:15. Perhaps it was because of the approaching storm, or perhaps it was because of the all-out war during this period of time, but the entire sky was shrouded by a thick layer of dark clouds, making it look extremely gloomy. Under such a dark sky, an ancient castle was suspended in the air like a floating island. It seemed to be directly standing on the invisible ground and was not affected by the strong winds. Looking at the ancient castle that stood in the air, Noah's eyes were more or less stunned. Because, regarding the ancient castle, Noah was not unfamiliar at all. That was the city of vampires that Letitia used to own. In the past, it used to be the base of the vampires known as the Knights of the Box Court. Later, it was occupied by the Demon King Letitia and became the capital of the Demon King Dracula. It was feared by the people of the Box Court until Noah liberated the vampire castle not long ago. Looking at the ancient castle, Noah hesitated for a moment and then asked Jack, who was flying with AI Sia on his back, somewhat uncertainly. That is the camp of the East, South, and North regions' rulers and the large community alliance. That's right. Jack did not seem to notice Noah's strangeness and nodded. That was originally the property of the Demon King Dracula. A month ago, the human hero who sacrificed himself in the battle with Az Dakaha defeated the Demon King in the Game of Grace. The Demon King then became the subordinate of a human hero. Since that human hero sacrificed himself, the subordinate Demon King provided this ancient castle for the people of the 3 regions to use. Our Will-O-Wisp is also currently stationed there. AI Sia straightened her chest and said with some pride, "Even our leader is there? Your Will-O-Wisp's leader?" Noah looked curiously at the ancient castle that was suspended in the air. The rumored strongest demon in the North region. I'm looking forward to meeting him. A demon that would make the community adopt the souls of innocent children. Noah was indeed quite curious. However, this sentence actually caused AI Sia and Jack's expressions to become strange. What's wrong? Noah was slightly startled. Is there something inconvenient about your leader? No, AI Sia said hesitantly. That's not it. How should I put it? Even Jack seemed to be troubled as he scratched his pumpkin head. Our leader is probably a little different from what you think. Different? Noah was getting more and more confused. However, seeing how Aisha and Jack were stammering as if they didn't know how to describe it, Noah tactfully didn't continue to ask and instead changed the topic. If that's the case, let's go in. That's true. Jack chuckled. If we let... Of the Demon King, Dracula said, of course of the Demon King, of the Demon King, of course of the god of the demon of the world. After all, Az Dakaha's another cosmology could imitate the cosmology of all species other than humans and the gods of Zoroastrianism, obtain their powers, and even cancel out their powers. Under such circumstances, the addition of a human with a 4-digit level of power who would not be imitated by a Vesta would be of great help to the alliance that wanted to deal with Az Dakaha. Therefore, even AI Sia felt a little excited. Noah could naturally understand what Aisha and Jack were thinking, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly, and together with the other 2 members of Will-O-Wisp, flew towards the direction of the ancient castle. When Letitia was still the Demon King and occupied this ancient castle, everything in the ancient castle seemed to have been buried for a long time and had not been seen for a long time. Ancient traces were left everywhere, just like ruins. But now, in this ancient castle, there were many fully armed people on the streets, occupying the surrounding buildings one by one. It was very lively, and on the buildings that were obviously occupied by people from different groups, there was a flag that fluttered in the wind. Those flags were naturally the flags of the various communities. These are the communities that came from the east, south, and north regions to provide support. On the way, Jack floated in the direction of the city center while explaining to Noah, who was walking beside him and looking around. Although they are basically all communities with less than a 4-digit number, there are also communities like Wisp that are mainly manufacturing but have strong combat power. Everyone knows that AZ Dakaha's appearance will bring an unimaginable disaster to the city, especially the middle and lower levels. Even if everyone worked together, they wouldn't be able to resist, so everyone worked together. Jack pointed in the direction of the city center. And over there, the rulers of the east, south, and north regions are stationed. Hearing this, Noah raised his eyes and looked forward. He saw that in the center of the ancient castle, there was a splendid building. That was the throne hall where Letitia used to be. At the top of the throne hall, 3 flags fluttered in the wind. The ruler of the east region, the community where the white Yiksha was Thousand Eyes. The ruler of the north region, the community where Shadora was Salamandra. And the community where the ruler of the south region was Dragon Horn Griffin Lion. The rulers of the east, south, and north regions were all gathered together, letting the flags of their communities flutter at the highest point, showing an indescribable sense of brilliance. Seeing this scene, Noah could finally understand. A flag, to a community, how important was it? People could only gather power under a flag. Without a flag, there was no pride to speak of. While Noah was staring at the flags fluttering in the wind, AI, Xia, suddenly said, "Actually, in the throne hall, there's another community stationed there." There's another community? Noah's heart skipped a beat, and he also suddenly spoke. Is that community No Name? AI, Xia, and Jack were both stunned, their expressions revealing extreme surprise. Seeing AI, Xia, and Jack's reaction, Noah seemed to have gotten the answer, and suddenly smiled. If that's the case, let's go to the throne hall. Leaving this sentence, Noah walked in the direction of the throne hall. Seeing this, AI, Xia, and Jack finally reacted and hurriedly followed. Just as Noah was heading to the throne hall, in the vast hall of the throne hall, a round table was placed in the center, and there were many seats on the side. However, there were very few people sitting on the seats, only 4 people. One was a young girl with dark skin, dressed in a dancer-style costume, and a pair of dragon horns on her head. She had the charm of a mature woman. The other was a young girl with a ponytail, with a black hair accessory tying up her pure white hair, wearing a white dress and exquisite silver armor, and wearing a black and white ball mask that covered the upper half of her face. Apart from these 2 young girls, the other 2 were people that even Noah recognized. One was the leader of Salamandra, Shadora. Behind her, Mandora stood there expressionlessly like a guard. The other one was Run. His face was more or less stiff, as if he was very nervous, but he still insisted on sitting there. Behind Rin, there were several people standing in a row. Surprisingly, they were Jiu Yufei, Uruba Yao, Heitu, Letitia, and Pest. As for 16 Nights, she was not present. There was a heavy atmosphere in the air. This heavy atmosphere seemed to make Rin's body stiffen even more. Noticing Rin's abnormality, Letitia seemed to be unable to continue watching and said in a low voice, "Rin, pull yourself together. You are our leader." Hearing this, Rin could not help but bitterly smile. It was because he was the leader that he was nervous. Chapter 15-16. Frankly speaking, in terms of the community's reputation and strength, as the leader of No Name, Rin did not have the qualifications to sit with the other 3 people. After all, other than Rin, the other 3 people sitting here had extraordinary identities. Needless to say, Shadora was the leader of Salamandra, the ruler of the North District. Moreover, the community's base was in the 5 digits, which was much stronger than No Name. The girl dressed as a dancer was the ruler of the South District. The speaker of Dragonhorn Griffin Lion was also in the 5 digits. As for the remaining girl dressed as a knight, her background was even above the other 2. It was mentioned before that in the box, the sun's sovereignty that represented the most Asura gods and Buddhas and had the most important position, was divided into 24. Among them, as the star spirit of the sun, the demon king White Yiksha, who had once represented the heavenly movement theory to dominate all the universes and become the center of all cosmology, only held 14 of them. Meanwhile, of the remaining 10 sun sovereigns, 6 were held by someone who similarly had the deepest connection to the sun. Even though she was a 3-digit number, she was an exceptional existence, able to stand on equal footing with the White Yiksha, someone who was revered as a queen by others. That queen was called the Queen of Halloween. This night was the favorite of the Queen of Halloween. In other words, this girl was the subordinate of the Queen of Halloween, who was an exceptional existence even among the 3 digits. This time, it was the Queen of Halloween who sent this girl as a representative to participate in the crusade against Azidakaha. Therefore, even the 2 rulers of the 5-digit ranks did not dare to slight the Queen Knight. Compared to these people, how could No Name, who had no flag and no name, and whose base was at the bottom of the box, have the qualifications to sit with them? Therefore, Rin felt nervous. Not knowing if it was because she saw Rin's nervousness, the girl dressed as a dancer smiled sweetly. Don't feel restrained, Run. You have the qualifications to sit here. Sister Sarah is right, Run. Shadora also showed an innocent and cute smile, but then she became serious again. This castle belongs to a member of your community, and a member of your community sacrificed himself to protect Salamandra and the residents of Blazing Flame City from Azidakaha. Based on this alone, as the leader, you can sit here. Sandora's words made Ren's stiff expression disappear, replaced by a gloomy expression. It wasn't just Run. Even Jiufei Niao and Kasuga Biao's faces turned dark. Black Rabbit's eyes turned red, and she almost cried. Only Letitia and Pest raised their heads to look at Shadora. Didn't I already say that? Letitia said with certainty. Master is not dead. How could that fellow possibly die? Pest curled her lips. The subordination contract between me and Letitia still exists. This is the best proof. I've said this many times, haven't I? Sarah, the leader of the Southern District, opened her mouth slightly, but didn't say anything. Actually, this didn't prove anything. Although Letitia and Pest firmly believed that Noah was still alive if the subordination contract in their bodies still existed, it was also possible that the subordination contract had been transferred to someone else. That wasn't anything strange at all. In the box court, the game of favor was everything. Regardless of whose subordination contract it was, if the subordination contract was used as a wager or prize in the game of favor, the subordination contract will be transferred to the victor. Of course, Noah wouldn't use Letitia and Pest as a wager or prize in the game of favor and then lose the 2 girls. But apart from this, there was another method of transferring subordination contracts. That was when a master belonged to a community. Once the master died, the subordination contract might be automatically transferred to the community that the master belonged to, and the master would become the possession of the community. Letitia and Pest might very well be in such a situation. Thus, even if the subordination contract between them still existed, it wouldn't prove anything. Because of this, apart from Letitia and Pest, Juyu Asuka, Kasugi Yaori, Black Rabbit, and the others all believed that Noah had met with a disaster. Because of this, the already heavy atmosphere in the room became even heavier. Ren had no choice but to pull himself together and become serious. Everyone, thank you very much for allowing me to sit together with you. This is something that my companions fought for me. Thus, I will do my best to make myself useful. Please begin the meeting. Sarah and Shadora both smiled and nodded. Even the Queen Knight raised her head. Then, let me first report the current situation to everyone. Sarah looked around. Not long ago, in the battle between us and Azidakaha, although the Eastern District hierarchy ultimately sealed the Demon King and brought the battle to an end, there were 2 repercussions from that battle. One is that because Lord White Yiksha used his authority as the organizer to seal the Demon King, once he leaves the location of the seal will automatically be undone. Thus, He can only stay there and can't discuss countermeasures with us, Sarah said. The other is that in the battle with the Demon King, although we didn't defeat him, we made him bleed a lot and split him into many clones. Those clones have been wreaking havoc nearby. Speaking up to this point, Sarah took out a map and spread it on the table. I've already asked many communities to send people outside to investigate the situation of the Demon Dragon's clones. Now, apart from the area that Wisp is in charge of in the North District, the other communities have confirmed the location of the Demon Dragon's clones. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to the map. At this moment, the Queen Knight spoke. Do you plan to destroy these clones? That's right. Sarah immediately nodded. The threat of the Demon Dragon's clones is already very great, especially the first generation, which is at the level of a god. If they are allowed to wreak havoc and divide, perhaps the incident of the East District being attacked by a large number of Demon Dragon's clones will happen again. Everyone suddenly fell into deep thought. 200 years ago, in the battle to seal Az-Dakaha, it was because the ruler of the hierarchy at that time did not destroy the clones that split from the three-headed dragon in that battle that caused those clones to spread to every corner of the city and continue to multiply. In the end, it led to the Demon King's alliance using them to attack the East District, forcing White Yiksha to return the divine persona and restore his strength at his peak to face the attack. If it was not White Yiksha, but another ruler of the hierarchy, it would be almost impossible to stop such a two-headed dragon army. In order to prevent the same thing from happening again, Sarah made this suggestion, and this suggestion was immediately echoed by the others. I agree. Ren immediately expressed his position. It's too dangerous to keep those clones. I agree as well. Shadora nodded her head. We can't let the same threat appear again. Although the Queen Knight did not express her position, she tacitly agreed. This made Sarah smile in satisfaction and strike while the iron was hot. Then, let's discuss which clones we and the rest of the community should be responsible for annihilating. Everyone naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. At this moment, a person rushed in a panic. Lady Sarah, not good. This voice caused everyone's hearts to tighten involuntarily. Could be that Az-Dakaha broke the seal early? The next moment, what the person said made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Lady Sarah, Lord Griffith of the Two Wings, had a conflict with someone at the entrance. Conflict? Sarah was stunned. Yes. The person glanced in the direction of Run and the others. Moreover, the other party claims to be a member of No Name. This time, it was Ren and the others who were stunned. Chapter 15-17. It was just like what the person who reported to Sarah and the others said. At the entrance of the throne hall, Noah and the person called Griffith had a conflict. No, it was not right to call him a person. The person called Griffith had a pair of wings on his back. He was clearly not a human being. Moreover, this person brought 2 followers and blocked the entrance of the throne hall. He looked at Noah with a sneer, which made Noah frown. Hey, Aisya shouted in indignation. Why are you stopping us? Griffith glanced at Aisya. When he saw Jack, who was carrying Aisya, he spoke in disdain. I was wondering who it was. So is the little girl from Wisp and the clown. This has nothing to do with you. If you know what is good for you, then hurry up and leave. You. An angry expression appeared on Aisya's face. Just as she wanted to say something, she was interrupted by Jack. Ah, perhaps this has nothing to do with us, but does it have anything to do with you, Griffith? Jack held the lamp. His eyes, hidden under the pumpkin hole, flashed red. Why are you stopping us? Isn't that nonsense? Griffith said, as if it was a matter of course. This is the base of the dragon horn griffin lion. Only the community of the rulers of the hierarchy can enter. You guys, what do you think you're going to stay? What Griffith said was not without reason. If there was no reason, he naturally would not allow people to enter his own base. The problem was that this guy's tone was quite nasty. To be more precise, it should be said that he was quite arrogant. For some reason, Griffith seemed to think that he was superior and did not care to be polite to Noah and the others. Facing such a person, Noah only narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. That can't be right. Other than the rulers of the hierarchy, there seems to be another community stationed here. You're talking about that no-name? Griffith raised his eyebrows and laughed coldly. The kind of no-name that doesn't even have a name or flag. Who would remember it? When he said this, Sia and Jack's face immediately changed. You, Sia said somewhat angrily. The member of that community is a human hero who severely injured Az Dakaha and saved the lives of all the people in the northern district of Blazing Flames. Is that how you treat the community of human heroes? Human hero? Griffith scoffed. They don't even have wings, and they need the help of grace to fly. Just a random one of them ran out to be cannon fodder, and they can be called heroes? How laughable. What did you say? Sia was finally angry. Not to mention Sia. Even Jack's eyes, which were hidden under the pumpkin, flashed with a bright red light. Under such circumstances, it was Noah who was the calmest. Then who are you? Hearing this, Griffith's eyes widened, and the disdain on his face became even stronger. At this time, one of Griffith's followers shouted loudly. You don't even know the leader of the Two Wings, Lord Griffith of Handsome Eagle? Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Handsome Eagle? Noah's gaze turned to Griffith. The so-called Handsome Eagle referred to the high-level life form born from a union of a griffin and a draconic horse. It was known as the third fantasy species and was the name of the next generation of illusion beasts. In the box, life forms with one race's genes were low-level life forms, and life forms with two or more races' genes were high-level life forms. For example, Luos, who was a demigod born from the bloodline of gods and humans, was a high-level life form. And from a high-level life form, a life form with three or more races' genes was known as the third fantasy species. Griffith was the handsome eagle of the third fantasy species. Moreover, he was the leader of the Two Wings. When the Two Wings community was mentioned, it was necessary to mention the Southern District's hierarchy, the Dragonhorn Griffin Lion. The Dragonhorn Griffin Lion in the Southern District's hierarchy was actually not a community, but an alliance formed by 6 communities. The members of this alliance formed various communities based on their physical characteristics. These communities were the Horn, 2 Wings, 3 Tails, 4 Legs, 5 Claws, and 6 Wounds. Among them, the leader of the Horn, Sarah, was the chairman of the Dragonhorn Griffin Lion Alliance. As for Griffith, he was the leader of the 2 Wings, which was second only to the Horn led by Sarah. This made Noah understand why Griffith was so unruly. It was normal for people with noble bloodlines to feel proud of their birth. Griffith was probably such an existence, right? He believed that as a third fantasy species, he was superior to others and was disdainful of ordinary humans. He was the type that looked down on others from the bottom of his heart. This kind of person was not rare among illusion beasts and high-level life forms that believe themselves to be different. As a third fantasy species, Griffith seemed to have this quality, even though it wasn't a quality that deserved compliments. Therefore, Griffith was so vile not because he wanted to find fault, but because he was looking down on others as a matter of course. Understanding this, Noah smiled and said, "Then, if I say that I am a member of No Name, will you let me in?" What? Griffith's lackeys were stunned. Sia and Jack were also surprised. As for Griffith, he frowned slightly, looked at Noah, and sneered. So that's how it is. It's that lowly race in the nameless community again. I have long been unhappy that a mere no-name is stationed in the same place as us. If you want to go in, then come and try. After that, Griffith said to his 2 lackeys, "Let's go. You two, play with him." Yes. Griffith's 2 lackeys immediately walked towards Noah with a sinister grin on their faces. Seeing this, Sia and Jack could no longer sit still. However, before Sia and Jack could do anything, Noah glanced at the 2 lackeys walking towards him with a sinister smile, then looked at Griffith, who looked like he was watching a good show, and sighed. Undoubtedly, you are proud of the fact that you are a superior phantom beast, but instead of being a good phantom beast, you jump out to be a fly. If the so-called superior life forms have nothing to do, then let me see if you are thicker than the humans you look down on. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah looked up and smiled at his two stunned followers. Bang! Following a muffled thud, two figures suddenly flew past Griffith, who was still looking like he was watching a good show. A strong gust of wind was stirred up as they heavily slammed into the walls on both sides of the door of the throne hall. Griffith's expression froze. On the other hand, Noah still stood in place as if nothing had happened. He opened and closed his fist and looked at Griffith with a spurious smile. Indeed, your skin is much thicker than that of humans. You only fainted after being embedded in the wall. Presumably, the skin of a third fantasy breed must be thicker, right? Perhaps you could take a few more punches? Only then did Griffith react. Then, he was infuriated by Noah's contemptuous tone. Inferior human. How dare you? Don't tell me you want to say that I, an inferior human, dare to attack you, the so-called superior phantom beasts. Noah's understatement blocked Griffith's words. What a boring line, but can't be said badly. After all, it sounds like something a small character would say. Small character? Me? I'm a small character? Griffith widened his eyes, and a violent anger surged in his eyes. Just as Griffith was about to launch an attack, a delicate voice rang out. What are you doing? As the voice sounded, Sarah and the rest walked out of the throne room. Noah turned his gaze and met the eyes of Run and the rest beside Sarah. Rin and the rest suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if they were struck by lightning. They were completely stunned. Chapter 15:18. At this moment, whether it was Juska, Haruai, Black Rabbit, Rin, or even Letitia and Pest, they were all stunned on the spot. They looked at Noah absent-mindedly and did not react for a long time. Not only the group from No Name, even Shadora and Mandora from Salamandra were stunned on the spot. They did not react at all. Only the Queen Knight, who had never seen Noah before, looked at the group of people who were stunned on the spot. Even Sarah seemed to be puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? Sarah's words did not cause any reaction from the group. Everyone was still looking at Noah in a daze. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, even Aisha and Jack felt that something was wrong and looked at each other. As for Noah, he looked at the group from No Name and Salamandra, who were stunned on the spot. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and opened his mouth. What's wrong? You don't recognize me? That familiar voice finally caused everyone to wake up. Suka, Haruai, and Rin's eyes were faintly filled with excitement. Letitia and Pest's eyes lit up. As for Black Rabbit, tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. She did not hesitate to pounce in Noah's direction. Noah-san, seeing the Black Rabbit pouncing in his direction, Noah was shocked. He quickly stepped forward, opened his arms, and hugged the Black Rabbit in his arms. In the next moment, an unimaginably soft and elastic feeling acted on Noah's body, causing Noah's heart to ripple slightly. There was no helping it. This rabbit's figure was simply too good. Black Rabbit, who did not know about the ripples in Noah's heart, did not know that she was being taken advantage of. She was crying and laughing as she hugged Noah's neck, jumping up and down continuously. Noah-san, you didn't die? You really didn't die? Do you really want me to die? Noah did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Well, although it was a little dangerous, at least I survived. If you're not dead, then hurry up and come back. Jiu Yufei couldn't help but step forward and complain to Noah. You actually disappeared for an entire month. Do you know how hard it was for us this entire month? That's right. Haruobayaichi nodded his head indignantly. I was almost killed by that lizard. Being killed is the same for everyone, right? Noah sighed and patted the back of the Black Rabbit that was hugging him tightly. No matter what, it's best that everyone is safe. Hearing this, Black Rabbit, Komodo Asuka, and Haruobayaichi's beautiful faces couldn't help but bloom with beautiful smiles. Only then did Noah turn around and look at Letitia and Pest with a smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Letitia Pest. There's no such thing. Letitia gently shook her head. I've always believed that Master wouldn't die like this. Pest let out a soft snort. Although if you didn't come back soon, when that demon king broke out of his seal, all of us might have died, Ren nodded. Although he did not say anything, he was also extremely excited. It was only at this moment that the crowd finally reacted. Hey, Jack. AI Xia spoke in a somewhat confused manner. What's the situation now? Ah ha ha. Jack let out a witty laugh. However, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. It's nothing. It's just that this mister who saved us has an even greater background than we imagined. Sarah looked at Noah with a somewhat astonished expression. He's a hero from No Name? That's right, Sister Sarah. Shadora nodded her head heavily. Her eyes were actually filled with admiration as she looked at Noah. He's the hero who helped us stop that ancient demon king. He's the hero who saved everyone in the city of raging flames. At the side, the Queen Paladin stared at Noah and fell into silence. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn away by Noah, Griffith, who was ignored, shouted angrily. All of you, get out of my way. I'm going to tear that lowly monkey apart. Griffith's roar finally reminded everyone of his existence. What's wrong? Sarah frowned. What happened? Ren and the others turned their gazes to Noah, their eyes filled with questions. Seeing this, Noah curled his lips and said, It's nothing. It's nothing. I've just been pestered by some blind flies. Fly? The anger in Griffith's heart was about to explode. Veins even popped out on his temples, and his entire body trembled. You actually said that I'm a fly? You said that my third fantasy breed is a fly? What? Don't tell me you want to say that you don't look like a fly? Noah mocked. Indeed, flies aren't as big as you. Then, I'll correct you and call you a big fly for the time being. Noah's sarcasm finally made Griffith's anger completely erupt. Damn lowly monkey. Amidst the roar, Griffith's body suddenly expanded and slowly changed shape. Beep, beep, beep. Bolts of lightning flashed from Griffith's body. Griffith twisted and transformed in the lightning and gradually shed his human form, revealing his original form. Not long after, an alien beast appeared in front of everyone. It was a phantom beast whose upper body was a vulture and lower body was a horse, but the horse's body was covered in scales. The winged man image up until now was only forged by Griffith with the gift of humanization. The current half-vulture, half-horse form was the true form of the third fantasy breed eagle. Seeing Griffith reveal his original form, everyone was shocked. Griffith, Sarah shouted angrily. What are you doing? Shut up. Griffith was so angry that he lost his mind and actually roared at the chairman of the Community Alliance. This is my business. Mind your own business. You? An angry expression appeared on Sarah's face. Damn lowly monkey. Griffith was completely unaware of Noah's true identity and stared at him with a ferocious gaze. How dare you insult me, a noble third fantasy breed? I'll let you know the power of the second-generation phantom beast born from the union of a griffin and a draconic horse. Seeing that Griffith was about to launch an attack on Noah, Letitia stood in front of Noah without hesitation. Her crimson eyes stared straight ahead, ignoring Jiao So, Yao, and Black Rabbit for the time being. You want to attack my master? Pest didn't stand out and only said disdainfully, How foolish. As for Noah, he only patted the back of Black Rabbit in his arms and gently pushed it away. He then pressed on Letitia's shoulder, stood out, and looked at Griffith. After sizing up Griffith's half-vulture, half-horse form, Noah sneered. As expected of a bastard, the ferocious gaze in Griffith's eyes froze. Bang! In the next moment, violent lightning surged from Griffith's body. Sarah, who sensed something, cried out in alarm. Stop! However, it was already too late to make a sound. With a bang, the half-vulture, half-horse phantom beast, whose entire body was surrounded by lightning, stomped on the ground and charged toward Noah like a bullet. Wherever the half-vulture, half-horse phantom beast passed by, the ground would crack inch by inch under the impact of the strong wind and violent lightning, and even directly shattered into pieces. Such a powerful charge caused everyone present to reveal a shocked expression. Only the Queen Paladin, who had been silently watching Noah, noticed it. Looking at Griffith, who was charging at him with the force of 1,000 caddies, Noah's mouth slowly curled up into an arc. That curl was rather cold. Immediately after, Noah moved. Facing Griffith, who was charging toward him, Noah clenched his fist as if he was slapping his face. He waved his fist toward the vulture head surrounded by lightning. Bang! Amidst a thunderous explosion, Griffith, who was charging forward with great momentum, was suddenly blasted away, smashing into a thick wall. His head drooped down as he completely fainted. Chapter 15:19. The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Griffith, who had been sent flying by a punch and smashed into the wall, completely unconscious. For a moment, some people were unable to react. Noah was the only one who slowly retracted his fist, as though he had really just swatted a fly. He dusted his hands and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. Well, the annoying fly has been dealt with. Can I go in now?" Hearing this, everyone finally reacted and looked at each other in dismay. In the end, it was Sarah who smiled bitterly and said this. As expected of the hero who can even force a demon king into a corner. Forced into a corner? Noah laughed self-deprecatingly. If that lizard can't be resurrected, then maybe it could be said that. Comparing Aziz Dakaha with Griffith was really overestimating that half-vulture, half-horse bastard. In the world of the God Slayer, before the battle with Rama, Noah had already met the requirements to level up. He only needed to complete the great feat as long as he defeated Rama, the hero who annihilated the Demon King. This great feat would be completed and Noah would level up. Therefore, before returning to the box, Noah carried out an update on his ability value. The result was naturally a successful level up. Noah Dole LV. 6 Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, Thorough Mystery, C Magic, D Swordsman, B Break, B Toughness, I Magic, Weapon Refinement Steel Refining Magic Duplicate, Refine, and Forge Weapons Duplicate. Refine, and forge weapons will be weakened to a certain extent according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Duplicate, refine, and forge weapons will be maintained for a certain period of time according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Swords protection permanent magic obtain permanent protection according to the attributes of the contracted spirit. Contract spirit as a sword spirit. Obtain the protection of the sword spirit and weaken the physical attack on the body. The degree of weakening will increase or decrease according to the strength and ability of the target. Cold, smelting quick attack, magic gradually turn the target into steel. Once the tempering is successful, it will shatter into pieces. The tempering speed depends on the strength and ability of the target. Skills, protection from a world, a permanent skill. Equal to luck. Events that were directly related to luck would eventually lead to the most favorable outcome. After rising to LV6, Noah's physical ability has made a qualitative leap. If at LV5, Noah still needed to use strengthening magic to strengthen his body to have a physical ability comparable to 16 knights, then now, even if he did not use strengthening magic to strengthen his body, Noah's physical ability could compete with 16 knights. Under such circumstances, Griffith took a direct hit from Noah and had no chance of getting up. After all, Griffith's strength was at most in the 5 digits. He was not at the top. After taking a solid punch from Noah, how could he still get up? As for the development ability that Noah obtained after rising to LV6, it was naturally the ability Toughness that appeared in the ability value. That was a developmental ability that could only be obtained if one survived a life-threatening injury. The effect of this development ability was to reduce pain and stimulate vitality when suffering a serious injury. This allowed Noah to maintain his best fighting strength no matter how serious the injury was and would not be affected by it. If Noah already had this development ability in the battle with Aziz Dakaha, the result would definitely be different. After all, when he was seriously injured by Aziz Dakaha, if he had the development ability Toughness, Noah could maintain his best condition and repel the lizard. Then, he could use the incarnation of spirit to heal the injury, instead of losing consciousness and directly fainting. In short, compared to a month ago, the current Noah's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Although it could not be considered a transformation, Noah would not have to suffer as much as last time when he faced Aziz Dakaha again. Therefore, compared to Aziz Dakaha, Griffith could only be considered as a fly. He was not even qualified to be mentioned in the same breath. To Noah, swatting away such a fly was nothing to be surprised about. He believed that if he reversed 16 nights, he should be able to defeat Griffith with one punch, right? Thinking of this, Noah suddenly froze and looked around. Right, where is 16 nights? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the members of No Name froze. It wasn't just the members of No Name. Even Sarah and Shadora were dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Noah had an ominous premonition in his heart. The pungent smell of medicine filled the space. This was a simple ward. It was obvious that the room had been temporarily vacated. In such a simple ward, there was a bed. On the bed, 16 Nights was lying there. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale as he slept. This guy who had always been arrogant in the past was now in a terrible state. His body was covered in bandages. His hands were filled with intravenous drips. His chest was covered with wires that connected to the surrounding machine-like instruments. Even his lips were dry and cracked. His body had lost a lot of weight. People could not help but sympathize with him. Seeing 16 Nights like this, Noah became silent. His fists began to clench little by little. Other than Noah, the rest of the No Name members were all there. Seeing Noah fall into silence and slowly clench his fists, Juasuka and Kasahito did not know what to say. Letitia and Pest also did not say a word. Even Black Rabbit's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the room became abnormally heavy. In the end, it was Ren who pulled himself together and said this sentence. In the battle with Aziz Dakaha, Mr. 16 Nights was the main force. He directly clashed with the Demon King. Just this sentence alone was enough to explain the situation. Although he was the main force, 16 Nights was not Aziz Dakaha's match at all. Therefore, this insufferably arrogant young man was finally defeated. He was heavily injured and became like this. Originally, Mr. 16 Nights' injuries should have been more serious. He should have been on the brink of death. Fortunately, we have the gift of healing and healed most of Mr. 16 Nights' injuries. Ren glanced at Noah secretly. However, although most of his injuries have been healed, Mr. 16 Nights has not woken up. In other words, the danger to his life was temporarily removed. However, no one knew when he would wake up. Noah stared at 16 Nights, who was lying on the bed without any movement. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. As Noah's emotions surged in his heart, a terrifying aura expanded from his body. The astonishing aura was like a heavy pressure, causing everyone present to feel their shoulders sink. They all revealed expressions of shock. Noah, Mr. Noah? Black Rabbit seemed to be so frightened that he did not dare to speak. Noah? Jiyu and Asuka and Harui Biao looked at Noah in shock. Master, Letitia hurriedly called out. Please calm down. That's right. Pest muttered in a somewhat flustered manner. Even if you want to flip out, you should do it outside. Don't do it here. The voices of the girls woke Noah up. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and let the astonishing aura slowly disappear. Only then did everyone involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Noah's words caused the hearts of No Name's group to rise again. Letitia, Noah suddenly asked, where's that lizard sealed? Letitia hesitated for a moment, but chose to obediently answer. It's not far from here. Wayusha is also there. He has been guarding the seal. Is that so? Noah nodded. Tell me the place. I'll go and take a look. Letitia was completely hesitant. In the end, she could only nod helplessly. Chapter 15:20. The sky was still gloomy, without a single ray of sunlight, making those who saw it feel depressed. In the distant sky, a stream of light swept past at an extreme speed, cutting through the sky, flying forward at an extremely fast speed. The speed of the stream of light was very fast, almost comparable to a real meteor. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the stream of light that cut through the sky swept over the outer area and stopped, revealing the full appearance of the inner area. The person who came was naturally Noah. It should be here, right? Noah compared the location provided by Letitia, then lowered his head and looked down. What entered his eyes was a ruin. There was almost no intact building. The air was filled with the smell of smoke, and the ground was also full of craters, as if the ruins had been destroyed by the flames of war. Looking at the ruins, the energy in Noah's energy source was all converted into magic power in an instant, flowing inside his body. In the next moment, Noah's pair of eyes flickered slightly. That was the sign of the activation of enhanced magic. Although Noah had always been using enhanced magic to strengthen his physical ability, the use of this magic was actually very broad. If used on a fan, it could strengthen the wind. If used on a light bulb, it could increase the brightness. If used on a wooden board, it could increase the hardness. If used on a sword, it could become sharp. And if used on the eyes, the vision would be strengthened. At this moment, Noah's vision was almost improved to the level of an eagle's eye, sweeping across the ruins below and finally stopping at a place. It was a square, a very vast square that looked like it had just been opened up. This square was the only area in the ruins that looked like nothing had happened, and everything was intact as usual. In such an area, a woman with waist-length silvery hair that was as soft as moonlight was sitting cross-legged there. She gave off the illusion that her hair was shining like sunlight. The woman's head was pierced with a bell hairpin, and she was wearing a purple and white kimono. Her appearance was picturesque, but her temperament was quite elegant. From her appearance, this beautiful woman's age was about 20 years old. The person Noah was looking for, in his memory, only had the appearance of 11 or 12 years old. The two, from the appearance, were obviously not the same person. However, in this box full of Asuras, gods, and Buddhas, what kind of strange power was there? Hiding one's appearance was as simple as it could be. Therefore, although the appearance did not match, Noah could be sure that she was the person he was looking for. Thus, Noah slowly landed on the ground. The silver-haired woman seemed to have noticed something. She opened her eyes and looked in front of her. When she saw Noah standing in front of her, her eyes immediately widened and she exclaimed in shock. Noah smiled helplessly when he saw the shocked expression on the man's face. Let me tell you first, you didn't see wrongly, White Yiksha. Yes, the beautiful silver-haired woman in front of him was the sun's astral spirit, White Yiksha. She had returned Yiksha's divine spark and retrieved all her powers as an astral spirit. She was an existence known as the White Night King. The shock on White Yiksha's face turned into pleasant surprise. So you didn't die? Just a little. Noah laughed bitterly. Just a little. No matter how much you missed, it's best that you survived. White Yiksha felt joy from the bottom of her heart. You beat that demonic dragon to the point where its heart was exposed, but failed to kill it. I thought you had really lost at the final moment. In fact, I did lose. Noah spread his hands. I lost to the human's final trial. Lost to the human's final trial? White Yiksha seemed to understand the meaning behind Noah's words as she looked at Noah with deep meaning. That is to say, you didn't lose to Az Dakaha? Noah smiled without a word. He lowered his head and looked to the ground. His dark eyes flickered slightly. That lizard is now sealed underground, right? That's right. White Yiksha's expression immediately turned complicated. I never expected that even with my authority as the organizer, I was unable to seal it permanently. Az Dakaha's ability has indeed exceeded my expectations. If even the famous White Night King says so, then it's right. Noah sighed. From the looks of it, the two of us are in the same boat. We were both killed by that lizard when we thought there was no suspense, as expected of the human's final trial. However, even if it's the human's final trial, it should have come to an end, right? White Yiksha said with an optimistic tone. Since he didn't die, it won't be a big deal even if that demonic dragon breaks out of the seal. These words made Noah raise his eyebrows slightly. You have that much confidence in me? To be able to force the human's final trial into a desperate situation, even if I can't say that I have confidence, I can still increase my chances of winning to the maximum. White Yiksha's tone became a little excited. With you and the people of the Sky Army, we will definitely be able to defeat the human's final trial. Hearing White Yiksha mention the existence, Noah's eyes flickered again. The so-called Sky Army referred to the united community of gods whose purpose was to suppress the Demon King. The Demon King here did not refer to the kind of Azura gods that have fallen into depravity after abusing the organizer's authority. Instead, it was a true Demon King, a human's final trial like Azi Dakaha. The human's final trial had the nature of killing gods. The gods that were killed by them would even have their existences wiped out. There was absolutely no way for them to be resurrected. Such an existence would naturally be seen as a great threat by the gods of various mythological systems. For this reason, the gods of various mythological systems formed an alliance and created a community whose purpose was to suppress the Demon King. That was the Sky Army. Every god in this community was an existence that was ranked in the top 3. One could imagine how powerful this community would be. If the community of the Sky Army formed by various gods was really mobilized, the situation would definitely be much better than having a group of 5-digit leaders to fight against the Demon King. If that was the case, it was no wonder that White Yiksha had high hopes for the Sky Army. However, Noah was silent for a while before suddenly speaking. Would the so-called Sky Army really be mobilized? This sentence stunned White Yiksha as expected. You? White Yiksha said with some uncertainty. What do you mean by that? It's just the literal meaning. Noah looked straight at White Yiksha. Would that Sky Army really be mobilized to deal with Fazdakaha? Aren't you asking the obvious? White Yiksha frowned. The Sky Army that is ranked in the top 3 is a community that exists to suppress the oldest Demon King. Now that Azi Dakaha has appeared, how could they not? Before White Yiksha could finish his sentence, Noah interrupted him. It's been a month since Azi Dakaha broke out of the seal. It's been a whole month. If the Sky Army was really going to be mobilized, they should have appeared here a long time ago. Why is there no sign of them until now? White Yiksha was suddenly stunned and said with some confusion, Perhaps it's because of some unforeseen event. Unforeseen event? Noah pursed his lips. Perhaps that's the reason. But even if there's an unforeseen event, there should be some news about it in a month's time. But so far, none of the existences that are above 3 digits have appeared. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Strange? White Yiksha immediately felt uneasy. You mean, don't you understand? Noah glanced at White Yiksha and said word by word. Then I'll make it clear. No matter what happens, the Sky Army will not be mobilized. Before Bayasha could react, a voice suddenly rang out. He's right. White Knight King, the Sky Army will not be mobilized. The sudden voice stunned Noah and White Yiksha. Chapter 1521. Long time no see, White Knight King. With such a voice, a figure suddenly appeared in the square with a gust of wind without any warning. I can't remember when was the last time we met, but I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a manner. If possible, I really want to complain to someone. The person who said this was a young girl. She had golden hair like the rice ears on the earth, a pair of deep green gem-like eyes, and a rather petite figure. She looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. The young girl's appearance was rather lovable. If she squeezed out tears, even the most heartless criminal would be soft-hearted. However, it was such a lovable girl who not only carried a heavy steel rod in her hand, but also had an awe-inspiring expression in her eyes. Even her entire body carried a kind of otherworldly temperament, causing people to be unable to help but look askance at her. Noah and White Yiksha both turned their gazes to the young girl. Looking at the young girl carrying the heavy steel rod, for some reason, Noah felt a familiar but very strange feeling. The reason why he said it was familiar was because Noah felt that he seemed to know this young girl. The reason why he said it was strange was because Noah felt that this young girl seemed to be different from what he knew. Under such circumstances, Bayasha let out a cry of surprise. The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. As soon as he said that, even Noah's eyes widened to their widest point. The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. Noah was indeed very familiar with this name. Not only was he familiar with it, but in the world of God's Slayer, Noah had slain Ape God, who had this name and name, twice and sent him back to the myths. However, it was precisely because of this that Noah felt strange. The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong? How could that monkey be such a cute young girl? Of course, as two completely different worlds, it was not surprising that the great sage, heaven's equal in this world existed in such an image. However, when the name of the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, was mentioned, no one in the square would not be surprised. This was because Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, was the head of the seven heavens great sage, the first of the seven great demon kings. Seven heavens great sage. They were referring to the seven demon kings in the famous mythological story Journey to the West. Unlike the great sage equaling heaven in the world of the God Slayer, the great sage equaling heaven in this world was neither a monkey monster nor a god. Instead, it was a unique half-star spirit that was born in the center of the earth and transported to the ground through the eruption of an underwater volcano. The so-called half-star spirit, in a nutshell, referred to the star spirit's reserve. They were born with the grace of the planet. In order to protect the land that gave birth to them, they would be given an innate mission. After tens of thousands of years, they would complete their mission and finally awaken as complete star spirits. The great sage, heaven's equal, was such an existence. However, this half-star spirit was separated from the center of the planet due to a change in the Earth's crust. It was washed up to the surface and was born on the peak of the mountain of flowers and fruit. Thus, it was not given a mission of becoming a half-star spirit and could not be awakened as a complete star spirit. However, even so, the great sage, heaven's equal, was still one of the strongest star spirit candidates. His strength was unquestionable. In terms of pure fighting strength, the great sage, heaven's equal, was not inferior to the main gods of the various god groups. In this way, she was given a 3-digit status in the box court. However, just like what was recorded in Journey to the West, the great sage, heaven's equal, had a falling out with the gods. In ancient times, he had started a fierce battle with many god groups. Before and after that battle, the 6 demon kings recorded in Journey to the West, who agreed with the great sage, heaven's equal's ideals, and were willing to fight for him, became sworn brothers with him. They formed an alliance to fight against the heavens together. That alliance was the 7 heavens great sage. The 7 demon kings under the 7 heavens great sage each called themselves great sage. The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. The great sage, heaven's equal, bull demon king. The great sage, ocean cover, dragon demon king. The great sage, chaotic heaven, rock demon king. These were all famous demon kings in Journey to the West. As for the other 3, one was wandering in a foreign land, while the other 2 died in a great battle with the Jade Emperor and other Taoist gods. Even their souls were suppressed in hell, never to be reincarnated. Even so, the great sage, heaven's equal, still teamed up with the remaining 4 demon kings and turned the heavens upside down. They killed their way up to the 3-digit level of the heavens before finally being defeated by Shakyamuni and being imprisoned for 500 years. Later, the great sage, heaven's equal, took Xuanzang Sanzang as his master and went to India to seek the true scriptures and convert to Buddhism. This was a legacy that everyone knew. In other words, this seemingly weak girl had once led several demon kings in a fierce battle with many god groups in the upper echelons of the heavens. In the end, she even killed their way up to the 3-digit level, an existence that countless gods feared. How could Noah not be shocked? If Noah was shocked, White Yiksha was even more shocked. Seeing Noah and White Yiksha's extremely shocked expressions, the great sage, Heaven's equal, scratched his head and complained. That's why I said, why do you have to send a notorious person like me to carry out such a thankless task? The great sage, Heaven's equal's complaint finally made Noah and White Yiksha react. White Yiksha immediately spoke in shock and doubt. Why are you here? The one who answered White Yiksha's question was not the great sage, Heaven's equal, but Noah. Didn't you hear it just now? Noah looked at the great sage, Heaven's equal, with a faint smile. I'm here to carry out a thankless task. The surprise on White Yiksha's face finally faded and he frowned. What's going on? Hearing this, the great sage, Heaven's equal, raised his eyes and looked at White Yiksha with a pair of clear eyes. It was as if he could not see Noah at all as he spoke in an emotionless tone. White Night King, I'm here to take you back. Take me back. White Yiksha was startled at first, but then he understood. Originally, as an existence with more than 3 digits, White Yiksha could not interfere with the order of the lower levels of the box court. However, in order to protect the order of the box court, White Yiksha voluntarily converted to Buddhism and obtained a godhead. He suppressed his original strength and obtained the opportunity to go to the lower levels and become the ruler of the hierarchy. Now, White Yiksha had already returned the godhead. Of course, he could not continue to stay here. The great sage, Heaven's equal, was here to take White Yiksha back. Wait a minute. White Yiksha hurriedly said, now is not the time. The humans have not been defeated in the final trial. There's no need for that. The great sage, Heaven's equal, suddenly said. The gods of the upper class have decided to abandon the existing human history, destroy this box court world, and build a new box court. Only those with a population of more than 4 digits have the right to move to the new box court. Those with a population of less than 4 digits and lives will be abandoned. The declaration was like a bolt from the blue, leaving White Yiksha completely dumbfounded on the spot. I see. Is that why the Sky Army hasn't moved? Noah sneered. Because they don't want to defeat AZ Dakaha at all. Instead, they are prepared to use the entire box court as AZ Dakaha's cage and abandon it altogether. Impossible. White Yiksha could not help but raise his voice. Then, he stared at the great sage, Heaven's equal. How could such a thing happen? Faced with White Yiksha's stare, the great sage, Heaven's equal, announced with an attitude that seemed to be able to strangle all personal feelings. White Night King, don't take any chances. The lower levels are hopeless. Existences with more than 4 digits have already agreed to abandon the current box court and build a new one. If you want to open up a new world, you need more than half of the sun's sovereignty. Therefore, the upper level has asked me to take you back. This sentence completely shattered White Yiksha's hopes of luck. Stop joking. Following White Yiksha's angry roar, a terrifying pressure rose from his body and turned into a substantial shock wave. Like a storm, it expanded and instantly spread to the entire square. Pa 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 pa. Under the terrifying pressure, the ground cracked inch by inch and sank down piece by piece, causing the entire world to tremble. Noah's eyes suddenly focused. Chapter 1522. As heaven and earth trembled, the terrifying pressure that rose from White Yiksha's body crazily spread in all directions, causing the space of the entire square to tremble as if it was welcoming a storm and an earthquake. The ground cracked piece by piece. The substantial pressure turned into shock waves that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The Demon King of the White Night slowly stood up, his face filled with rage. He was once the center of a universe that ruled over all the gods and was ranked in the top 2 digits. Although his power had shrunk significantly, he still had the terrifying might of the top 10. Give up the lower levels of the box court? Why do you think I, White Knight, was willing to convert to Buddhism? Now you want to give up just like that? Did you ask for my permission? White Yiksha, who was in a rage, said every word that shook the air. It was as if heaven and earth were changing colors. The ground trembled and the sky wailed. In the face of such a terrifying power, even Noah couldn't help but feel suffocated. His entire body tensed up, and only then did he manage to maintain his figure and not be pushed back by the shockwave that shook and turned into a substantial form. Although Noah could match an existence in the triple digits if he went all out, White Yiksha was obviously much more terrifying than that. Just as anger had almost caused a change in heaven and earth. It was simply unheard of. On the other hand, the great sage, heaven's equal, who was a half-star soul, did not seem to feel anything. He continued speaking with a normal expression. It's useless, White Knight King. The god groups in the upper levels have already agreed to the plan to create a new box court. Even if you don't agree, it's useless. Those guys will not send the Sky Army to deal with Az Dakaha. In that case, I don't need the help of those idiots. White Yiksha was furious. I will bring down Az Dakar. No, you can't do it. You know this best. You even use your authority as the organizer, but you still can't do anything to Az Dakaha. You can no longer threaten that devil dragon. The great sage, heaven's equal, pointed out the crux of the matter. Moreover, if you make such a choice, the enemies you will face will not only be the humans in the final trial, but also all the gods above the 3-digit number. After all, they must obtain the sovereignty of the sun from your hands, or else the new box court will not be able to be established. Those fellows want to seize the sovereignty of the sun from my hands. White Yiksha was so angry that he laughed. It seems that I've been abiding by the law for too long. Those guys who didn't even dare to breathe in front of me have forgotten that I also have a temper. Very well, bring all those B** stars here. Let's see whether they can do anything to me. As Yasha's emotions became more and more agitated, his soft, waist-length silver hair began to undulate slightly, emitting a sun-like radiance and heat. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire space kept rising, causing the ground to dry up bit by bit, as if it was being baked, and steam rose up. Undoubtedly, he hadn't used a single bit of power. Just the fluctuations of his emotions had caused such a commotion. The top 10 Sunstar spirits were indeed terrifying. Furthermore, White Yiksha had more than half of the sun's sovereignty. With 14 sun sovereignty as a foundation, the threat that White Yiksha could unleash was definitely not inferior to Az Dakaha. It was the same even if he was facing a million gods. As the great sage, heaven's equal, who had once caused a commotion in the heavenly realm and made many gods fear him, Sun Wukong naturally understood White Yiksha's abilities. Regarding this, the great sage, heaven's equal, only looked at White Yiksha, who was trembling with a violent aura, and spoke softly. Is there no room for negotiation? There's no room for negotiation, White Yiksha said without hesitation. If you don't want to manage this box court, then I'll manage it. But if you want me to compromise, dream on. I guess so too. The great sage, heaven's equal side. But have you ever thought that if you make this choice, the higher-ups will definitely not sit idly by? In order to create a new box court, they need more than half of the sun's sovereignty, and only you can fulfill this condition, White Knight King. At that time, those fellows who have already given up on this box court will definitely not mind coming out in full force and causing the entire box court that you cherish to collapse. Saying this, the great sage, heaven's equal, looked straight at White Yiksha. At that time, those you love will definitely all suffer misfortune. Coupled with the threat of Az Dakaha, White Knight King, do you think you have a way to protect the box court between these two? White Yiksha's expression instantly became extremely ugly. However, it had to be said that the great sage, heaven's equal, had hit the nail on the head. Az Dakaha alone was enough to bring unimaginable disaster to the entire box court. If at this time, there were also the attacks of the 3-digit number of gods in the box court, then even if White Yiksha had the power to contend with them, what could he do? The so-called being unable to split himself up referred to this. Even if it was White Yiksha, there was no way to deal with the three-digit number of Azura gods one by one while dealing with Az Dakaha. At that time, by the time White Yiksha settled everything, the box court would have been ravaged to the point of being riddled with holes and countless casualties. Now, just to maintain Az Dakaha's seal, you have no way to leave this place, right? The great sage, Heaven's Equal, said extremely calmly. Under the situation where you can't leave this place, do you have a way to stop the higher-ups from causing trouble? White Yiksha's expression became uglier and uglier, and his eyes began to show unsettled emotions. Seeing this, Noah frowned deeply, and his dark and deep eyes became cold. As for whether the so-called Sky Army wanted to come to support, Noah did not care at all, because from the very beginning, Noah had already made up his mind. He would be the one to bring down Az Dakaha. In that case, whether the Sky Army came or not did not matter at all. Therefore, Noah was not as angry as White Yiksha. Didn't the gods in the upper echelons plan to abandon the box court because of the threat of Az Dakaha? Then Noah would completely crush this threat, protect the box court, and give them a hard slap. That would be enough. However, if those guys intended to become a threat themselves, then it was a different story. In the box court, there were also companions and friends that Noah valued. If the gods of the upper level intended to harm them, then Noah would be like White Yiksha and personally deal with those bastards. Thinking of this, just as Noah was about to stand up and say something, White Yiksha suddenly turned his head and looked at Noah, his eyes flashing with determination. Clang! It was also at this moment that White Yiksha's entire body bloomed with dazzling light. Seeing this, the great sage, Heaven's Equal's gaze turned cold, and he held the steel rod on his shoulder tightly in his hand. Obviously, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, thought that White Yiksha was about to make a move. Not to mention the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Even Noah thought that White Yiksha was about to make a move. However, what happened in the next second shocked Noah and the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Wong! From the dazzling light that bloomed from White Yiksha's body, balls of light that resembled suns suddenly flashed and rushed out at an extreme speed in a certain direction. Noah was standing there. What? The great sage, Heaven's Equal, was shocked. Noah's expression also changed. Noah did not expect that White Yiksha would suddenly attack him. As a result, when Noah reacted, the balls of light had already rushed in front of him. In the end, Noah could only raise his hand reflexively and block in front of him. However, when the balls of light touched Noah's body, they were like water, merging into Noah's body bit by bit. This scene stunned the great sage, Heaven's Equal, at first. Then he thought of something, and his expression changed abruptly. Could it be, on the other side, after the balls of light merged into his body, Noah immediately discovered it. In the depths of his heart, on the stone plate in the center of the universe sea, engravings began to appear one by one in the imprint of the sun. Originally, in the sun, there was only a roaring lion and a divine dragon. However, at this moment, other engravings appeared one after another, equally dividing the area in the sun with the lion and the divine dragon. In the end, there were a total of 14 such engravings. Noticing this, Noah finally understood. Chapter 1523. With a trembling sound, the faint radiance emitted from Noah's body began to dissipate. However, both Noah and the great sage, Heaven's Equal, looked at Bayasha in disbelief. White Yiksha, Noah muttered in disbelief. I'm sorry, kid, White Yiksha said apologetically and helplessly. Just as the great sage said, I'm in a very awkward situation now. Therefore, I can only place my hopes on you. Is there any hope? Great sage, equaling heaven, laughed bitterly. He looked at Bayasha with condemnation. For the sake of a single hope, you actually gave the most precious sun's sovereignty to this brat. That's a total of 14 sun sovereigns. Isn't that a little too generous? That's right. Just now, the balls of light that appeared from White Yiksha's body and merged into Noah's body were sun sovereignty. The White Yiksha had actually transferred all the sovereignty of the sun that he controlled to Noah, a full 14 sun sovereignty. Therefore, in the sun in the center of the stone plate that was branded in Noah's heart, apart from the Leo constellation that represented the 12 zodiac signs and the 12 equatorial stars, there were 14 more engravings. Those engravings each represented a sun sovereignty. In other words, at this moment, Noah controlled 16 sun sovereignty. He controlled 2/3 of the 24 sun sovereignty. In this way, how could Noah and the great sage not be surprised by White Yiksha, who had given away 14 sun sovereignty in one go? This was especially so for Noah. When he sensed the power of the various sun sovereigns residing in his body, he was at a loss as to how to react. Only White Yiksha seemed to have put down a heavy burden and smiled sweetly. Although the sun sovereignty is precious, to me, this box is more precious than the sun sovereignty. For this box, even if I give up all the sun sovereignty, so what? But you're harming this young man. The great sage, heaven's equal, was a little angry. The sovereignty of the sun is precious and special. It is something that even the gods of the heavenly realm pursue. In terms of preciousness, even the another cosmology at the center of the pantheon cannot compare to it. Such a gift, if any one of them were to appear, could cause the various pantheons to vie for it. In the past, it was because so much of the sovereignty of the sun was held by you, the White Knight King, that others did not dare have any ideas. Now, you have bestowed all of them to a human. Aren't you bringing disaster to him? Wasn't that so? For the sovereignty of the sun, the Demon King Alliance did not hesitate to attack the east, south, and north regions in an attempt to kill all the rulers of the hierarchy and occupy the position of the full ruler of the hierarchy. This was because if one sat in the position of the leader of the hierarchy, they would be able to obtain the sovereignty of the sun. For the sake of sovereignty over the sun, Gajiel had not hesitated to break the seal of humanity's final trial, plunging the entire box court into an abyss of suffering. This was because there was a sun sovereign in Az Dakaha's seal. Now, for the sake of sovereignty over the sun, the various pantheon had sent the great sage, heaven's equal, to find White Yiksha and did not hesitate to declare war on him. One could imagine how precious the sovereignty of the sun was. Just as the great sage, heaven's equal, had said, in terms of preciousness and uniqueness, the sovereignty of the sun was even above the another cosmology. Therefore, for a long time, only the White Yiksha and the Queen of All Saints could openly hold multiple sun sovereigns without being coveted by the major god groups. There were only 4 sun sovereigns that were wandering in the human world. Now, White Yiksha had given Noah the sun sovereigns that even the various pantheon coveted. Furthermore, there were as many as 14 of them. This would definitely cause the greed in the hearts of the various pantheon to erupt, especially now that more than half of the sun sovereigns were needed to create a new box court. Noah, who held all the sun sovereigns given by White Yiksha, would definitely become the target of all the pantheon. If things went wrong, Noah would become the hunting target of all the Asura gods and Buddhas in the box court. This was undoubtedly harming others. After all, an ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. It was impossible for White Yiksha not to understand this. Therefore, White Yiksha glanced at the extremely angry great sage, heaven's equal. I say, will you calm? Aren't you underestimating this little guy too much? The great sage, heaven's equal, was instantly stunned. Meanwhile, White Yiksha thought of many incredible things about Noah. For example, when they first met, he had sensed the power of the sun's child from Noah's body. For example, when he faced the Devil Star spirit, Argel, Noah had displayed many incredible god-level bestowal weapons. For example, when the Eastern District was attacked by the 2-headed dragon army, Noah had single-handedly blocked the disaster that even White Yiksha had to return his god level and retrieve all his power to resolve. Another example was his battle record of single-handedly fighting Az Dakaha, one of the most ferocious demon kings in history, who could even repel a million pantheon into a desperate situation. Thinking of this, White Yiksha turned his head and looked at Noah with strong trust in his eyes. I believe that this little guy will definitely be able to replace me and guard this box. Even if he faces a sky full of Asura gods and Buddhas, it will be the same. White Yiksha's words without any confusion made the great sage, Heaven's equal's eyes flicker rapidly. Even Noah was at a loss when he heard these words. Noah never knew that White Yiksha would actually trust him so much that he would not hesitate to give him all the precious sovereignty of the sun. At this time, White Yiksha's voice sounded in Noah's heart without any warning. Sorry, kid, this is how it is. I can only trouble you to deal with the pantheon for the time being. If you're affected by those guys and lead to Az Dakaha breaking out of the seal, then things will really be troublesome. Hearing this voice, Noah's eyes flashed slightly. Bayasha's plan could be understood without needing to be said. In order to prevent the situation from deteriorating to the worst, White Yiksha was prepared to work with Noah. In order to maintain the seal, White Yiksha had to stay here. Transferring all the sovereignty of the sun to Noah was because White Yiksha believed that Noah could protect the sovereignty of the sun. Secondly, it was to divert attention and make the gods of heaven focus on Noah. Otherwise, if White Yiksha could not leave this place and engage in a fierce battle with the pantheon, it would definitely lead to Az Dakaha breaking out of the seal. At that time, one side would be a sky full of Asura gods and Buddhas, and the other side would be the human's final trial. For the entire box, it would be an unimaginable disaster. For this reason, White Yiksha chose to attack them one by one. Az Dakaha was temporarily controlled by White Yiksha. As for the pantheon, Noah would be in charge. I've already given you your reward. I believe that 14 sun sovereignty is enough to be your reward. White Yiksha's heartfelt plea sounded in Noah's heart. So, please, Noah, help me guard the box. Noah fell silent. However, it had to be said that White Yiksha's heartfelt words had indeed raised Noah's fighting spirit. Wasn't this good? After all, if the pantheon was prepared to affect the lower realm, Noah would not sit idly by. Now, it was just a matter of simplifying things. Although you came here to bring back White Yiksha, your main goal is still the sovereignty of the sun, right? Noah turned his gaze to great sage equaling heaven and said lightly, Then, now that the sovereignty of the sun is in my hands, what do you plan to do? Great sage equaling heaven's brows finally furrowed tightly. Clearly, great sage equaling heaven had not expected this situation at all. Originally, Old Sun came here as a lobbyist. I didn't want to fight. After all, I'm not the White Knight King's opponent. Even if I went back to report, no one would say anything. Great sage equaling heaven scratched his hair irritably and looked at Noah with a grin. However, since the sovereignty of the sun is in the hands of a lowly human, if Old Sun goes back without even fighting, those fellows will definitely use this as a pretext to make a fuss. It looks like we have to fight this battle. Hearing this, Noah smiled. His smile was somewhat cold. Then bring it on. Chapter 1524. Boom! No one knew when it started, but in the dark clouds above the gloomy sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared. It was as if a storm was coming, causing some changes in the air. In such a sky, two streams of light cut across the sky, as if they were chasing each other. They swept across space at an astonishing speed, leaving a faint trace in the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, the two streams of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on a mountain peak. The people who appeared from the streams of light were Noah and the great sage, heaven's equal. At this moment, Noah directly stepped on the ground, raised his eyes, and looked forward. There, a young girl with an extremely lovable appearance was carrying a heavy steel rod. She stepped on a golden cloud and slowly descended from the sky. Other than that lovable posture, The girl's figure was exactly the same as the great sage, heaven's equal, whom Noah had fought before. However, the aura that rose from the girl's body was far superior to that of the great sage, heaven's equal in the world of the God-Slayer. Even the great sage, heaven's equal, who had reached 4 digits when using the ancient covenant, was directly surpassed by the aura of the girl in front of him. However, that was natural. She was different from the great sage, heaven's equal in the world of the God-Slayer. The great sage, heaven's equal in front of him, was not only ranked in the top 3, but he was also a half-star spirit, one of the most powerful species in reserve. A natural deity, a representative of a planet, a pure-blooded dragon species. Almost every individual of the 3 most powerful species in the box possessed extremely terrifying strength. Moreover, they were born with it. The existence of these 3 most powerful species, even the weakest, could reach 4 digits in strength. As a reserve of the most powerful species, the great sage, heaven's equal strength had already reached an extraordinary level after many years of accumulation, even surpassing many of the most powerful species. Once, the girl had even led many immortals, gods, demons to the heaven realm and fought fiercely with the gods. She had turned the entire 3-digit level upside down before finally being defeated by Shakyamuni, who is also known as the Buddha. As for Shakyamuni, he was in existence in the double digits. In other words, the great sage, heaven's equal, had not only destroyed the entire 3-digit number, but also forced the 2-digit number to make a move before being suppressed. He was on a completely different level from the great sage, heaven's equal in the world of the God-Slayer, who had barely reached the 4 digits after using the ancient covenant. Therefore, Noah's body and mind were instantly aroused. Under such circumstances, the great sage, heaven's equal, spoke in a leisurely tone as if he was chatting with a friend. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name. Noah Dole. Noah answered straightforwardly. Just call me Noah, Noah said. Is that so? The great sage, heaven's equal, nodded and said, Understood, then I'll call you Little Noah. My name is Noah, not Little Noah. Noah frowned. Don't tell me you're toying with me? Why would I? The great sage, heaven's equal's tone was still leisurely. It's just that my temper is not as bad as before. After all, I'm a Buddhist. I can't just start a fight without saying a word, right? You really dare to say that, Noah said sarcastically. Undoubtedly, you're the one who invited me to fight, right? I've already said this. If I don't do this, I won't be able to report back to my superiors. That's all I can do. The great sage, heaven's equal, smiled disapprovingly. However, it's rare that those Buddhists are willing to let me out. Just play with me a little. Go ahead. Hearing this, Noah's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly smiled. Then I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, bang! Without any warning, Noah abruptly stomped on the ground, and his figure suddenly shot out. He unleashed an astonishing explosive force, and with the impact of a savage beast, he shot towards the great sage, heaven's equal. You're quite fast. The great sage, heaven's equal, stared at Noah, who was charging towards him, and a flower-like smile appeared on his face. What a pity. Compared to my somersault cloud, you're still far from it. After saying that, the great sage, heaven's equal, clenched the steel rod in his hand tightly. An extremely powerful aura surged from his body. At this moment, Noah could clearly feel it. From the great sage, heaven's equal, there was an unprecedentedly strong sense of oppression. Noah had only felt this kind of oppression from 4 people. The infinite dragon god, Orpheus. The sun-star spirit, White Yiksha. The human's final trial, Azidakaha. The hero who annihilated the demon king, Rama. This seemingly weak girl in front of him gave Noah a sense of oppression that was on par with these existences. Immediately, Noah's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, the great sage, heaven's equal, moved. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound, a steel rod pierced through space at an extremely shocking speed, directly stabbing towards Noah's chest. Noah did not even see clearly when the great sage, heaven's equal, had stabbed the Rui Jingu Bang. The steel rod had already pierced through space and was in front of him. The hair on Noah's body began to stand on end. Originally, Noah had thought that with his current level 6, with his current physical ability, he would be able to hold on for a while. Now it seemed that Noah had underestimated the great sage, heaven's equal. In terms of combat ability, the great sage, heaven's equal, was very likely above Orpheus, the three-headed dragon, and Rama, who had the strength of 7 god-slayers through the ancient covenant. It was no wonder that the upper class of gods would send the great sage, heaven's equal, alone to confront the White Knight King, who was ranked in the top 10 of the box court. Understanding this, Noah did not hesitate to chant the spirit of words. Fear those with wings. Evil people and strong people fear me with wings. My wings will bring you a curse. Evil people will not be able to hit me. Every time Noah went to a world, he would need a period of time to adapt before he could use his authority. However, in this world, Noah's authority had already been adapted to by the world, and he did not need to adapt again. Therefore, although it had been less than a day since he returned to this world, Noah could unleash 100% of his combat ability. Understanding the threat of the great sage, heaven's equal, Noah did not hesitate to use Phoenix. Whoosh! In the next moment, Noah's figure suddenly moved half a meter to the side. The heavy steel rod was like a bolt of lightning, heavily stabbing the afterimage left behind by Noah, directly tearing it apart. He dodged it. The great sage, heaven's equal, seemed a little surprised. Obviously, in the eyes of the great sage, heaven's equal, that attack just now was enough to knock down Noah. After all, the great sage, heaven's equal, had seized a moment when Noah entered the attack range of the Rui Jingu Bang. Then, with a speed of only 0.01 seconds, there was no opportunity or time to dodge. Unexpectedly, Noah had dodged it. Not only that, but Noah's speed had also increased to an astonishing level, and even the great sage, heaven's equal, could not catch him. Interesting. The great sage, heaven's equal's eyes began to flash with fire. It was the eyes of fire and gold. Therefore, this time, the great sage, heaven's equal, successfully captured Noah's trajectory. Take another strike from Old Sun. The great sage, heaven's equal, laughed loudly, and the steel rod in his hand turned into a slender shadow. From top to bottom, it instantly tore through the air and smashed heavily on the head of Noah, who was moving at lightning speed. If the great sage, heaven's equal's Rui Jingu Bang, was like a heavy hammer that could kill with a single strike, then the Rui Jingu Bang in the hands of the great sage, heaven's equal, was like a long whip, soft and long. Undoubtedly, it was the same weapon, but the great sage, heaven's equal, had actually used both hard and soft. Just this alone showed how amazing the great sage, heaven's equal's martial arts were. Of course, the great sage, heaven's equal, who is so skilled in martial arts, would definitely have an ultimate technique on the same level as the Eye of the Heart. Therefore, Noah could not dodge this attack at all. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I shall have the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 giant dragons. The majestic me shall raise the ferocious power to slay dragons. A wave of crimson air billowed from Noah's body, turning into the shadow of a dragon, and shrouded Noah's entire body. Dang! Following a loud sound, the Rui Jingu Bang smashed onto the dragon's shadow, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out. Pum! The astonishing strength smashed Noah directly into the ground, causing the ground to explode. Chapter 1525. Pum! At this moment, the entire mountain shook. Kacha, kacha, kacha! A crack suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain and spread all the way down. In an instant, it spread to the middle of the mountain and was still spreading downwards. Not long after, The crack ran through the entire mountain. Rumble. As a result, the entire mountain seemed to have been split into two halves and slowly separated. Amidst the wailing of the air and the trembling of the earth, it fell towards the ground. Dong! Amidst the deafening roar, the mountain heavily smashed into the ground, stirring up countless gravel and sand that wreaked havoc in this part of the world. Stepping on a somersault cloud, the great sage, Heaven's equal, looked down at the collapsed mountain and scratched his head like a child who had caused trouble. "Oh no, I was careless and forgot to restrain my strength." Although he said so, the great sage, Heaven's equal, really treated the exaggerated shaking scene in front of him as a child who had accidentally broken a piece of furniture. He looked as though he had caused trouble. Obviously, for the great sage, Heaven's equal, who was ranked in the top 3 and had once turned the entire heaven realm upside down, this level of destruction was really just this level. It was just the strength of one smash. With just one smash, the Rui Jingu Bang of the great sage, Heaven's equal, who was a half-star spirit, easily smashed the entire mountain until it cracked and collapsed. That power was simply ridiculously strong. However, Noah was also not easy to deal with. Pump! Under the collapsed mountain, an explosion suddenly sounded and shook the entire space. A figure shot up into the sky from the collapsed mountain, causing the heavy mountain to explode. Like a bolt of lightning, he shot into the sky. Then, like a shooting star, he turned and charged towards the great sage, Heaven's equal. That speed was simply like a mirage flashing continuously in the space, bringing along a series of lights and shadows. In the blink of an eye, he violently swept in front of the great sage, Heaven's equal. Seeing this, the great sage, Heaven's equal, subconsciously wanted to lift the steel staff in his hand. However, his heart suddenly tightened for no reason. He abruptly stepped on the somersault cloud beneath his feet and hurriedly retreated. Just as great sage equaling Heaven's figure retreated rapidly, Noah, who was dashing over at lightning speed, directly appeared where great sage equaling Heaven was a second ago. His fist, which was wrapped in crimson airwaves, slammed heavily into the air. Dong! As the punch landed, the powerful force shook and created a loud bang, causing ripples to appear in the space. The great sage, Heaven's equal, stared at Noah, who was covered in a crimson dragon shadow and exuding a terrifying aura. He said this with deep meaning. "Compared to before, you seem to be a little different, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Noah said plainly, "There's nothing different. It's just that I've shown my true abilities." Surging divine power suddenly spread out from Noah's body, stirring up the entire atmosphere. Feeling that astonishing divine power, the great sage, Heaven's equal's expression finally slowly became serious. It was only at this moment that the great sage, Heaven's equal, felt threatened from Noah's body. However, that was to be expected. It was just like what Noah had said. He had already shown his true abilities. In the depths of Noah's heart, the images representing the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix incarnations were shining brightly. Using the dragon's sovereignty of the sun to strengthen the mind, Noah finally used the power of 2 incarnations at the same time. Immediately after, Noah's body suddenly trembled and suddenly disappeared. The great sage, Heaven's equal's pupils constricted. His body turned into a light shadow under the somersault cloud and retreated like lightning. However, in the next moment, the great sage, Heaven's equal's body suddenly stopped in its tracks. Immediately, without hesitation, he raised the Jingu Bang in his hand and swung it heavily behind his back. Almost at the same time, a fist covered in a crimson dragon shadow suddenly appeared in the air and violently blasted out, colliding with the steel rod that was swinging towards him. Clang! The fist and the steel rod collided with each other, causing the sound of steel colliding with steel. Suddenly, a heavy voice rang out. As the voice rang out, the great sage, Heaven's equal, could clearly feel that the power of the fist that landed on his Jingu Bang was getting stronger and stronger. Bang! The frightening power sent the great sage, heavens equal flying like a cannonball. He flew backward at an extremely fast speed. Good boy. The great sage, heavens equals eyes finally burned with a strong burning desire to fight. To be able to force old sun back with one punch. It seems like I've underestimated you. In that case, try this move. The great sage, heavens equal, suddenly formed a hand seal and threw the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand into the air. Jingu Bang. Grow bigger. Grow bigger. Grow bigger. Grow bigger. Grow bigger. The Rui Jingu Bang, which was thrown into the air, suddenly stopped moving. Then its entire body suddenly expanded. Wong 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 wong. The godly sea-steadying needle, which weighed 13,500 kilograms, continued to expand. Its entire body was vibrating. In the blink of an eye, its entire body had expanded to the size of a mountain. Noah watched the Rui Jingu Bang grow bigger and bigger with his own eyes. In the end, it even pierced through the sky and filled his vision. His pitch-black eyes suddenly rippled. Ha ha ha! The great sage, heavens equal, laughed out loud. Try this move. Little Noah. The great sage, heavens equals hand seal changed. The huge, godly, sea-steadying needle that pierced through the clouds stopped vibrating abruptly. Ooh! In the next moment, a gust of wind blew. It was caused by the Rui Jingu Bang, which was even bigger than a mountain, falling from the sky like a meteorite. The air between the heavens and the earth seemed to be stirred up by the huge pillar at this moment. A violent storm was set off, and in the midst of a buzzing sound, it trembled continuously. The gigantic pillar that held up the sky came crashing down. Its bottom was aimed at Noah's location, compressing and crushing the atmosphere along the way. It was as if the entire sky was falling down, bringing about a stretch of distorted space. The momentum was terrifying. Even Noah couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb at this scene. The Rui Jingu Bang was originally a gifted weapon of the Godhead grade. At this moment, when it came crashing down in such a manner, it was no less than the collapse of the heavens and earth. If that blow landed directly on the ground, the sea of lava that appeared due to the collision between Noah and the three-headed dragon last month might appear again. Even Noah, who had used 2 avatars at the same time and used all his strength, did not dare to be careless with this level of violence. If he didn't treat it seriously, he might be hit hard in this world again. Looking at the scene that seemed like the sky was falling, Noah's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Fight! Suddenly, in Noah's heart, the phoenix that was shining brightly suddenly dimmed and was replaced by the giant that was shining brightly. As a result, a huge phantom rose from Noah's body and merged with the crimson dragon shadow on his body. After merging giant and dragon emperor, the crimson dragon shadow that covered the sky directly rose from Noah's body. It was like a giant god, clenching its arms tightly. Boost supercharge, boost supercharge, boost supercharge, boost supercharge, boost supercharge, boost supercharge. A burst of red light rose from the huge hand that covered the sky. Immediately, with the most powerful impact, it fiercely punched the bottom of the huge pillar that was descending from the sky. Rumble! The huge arm that covered the sky collided with the huge pillar that seemed like the sky was collapsing, exploding with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. A terrifying shockwave erupted in all directions at this moment. Wherever it passed, even the space of nothingness would distort. A wave of astonishing energy surged out and spread in all directions. The thick layer of dark clouds in the sky was directly scattered. The earth seemed to be crushed by an invisible power, and it was forced to cave in. The shockwave that shook heaven and earth was like the explosion of a star. It was as if this part of the world had been attacked by a violent storm and was ruthlessly ravaged. Boom! At a certain moment, another thunderous sound rang out. Then 2 figures flew out from the center of the earth-shattering shockwave. Chapter 1526. Whoosh! An extremely ear-piercing sound of air friction resounded throughout the entire world. In a shock wave that was like the explosion of a star, the two figures rubbed against the air and shot out with an extremely ear-piercing sound, heavily smashing into two mountain peaks. Bang! Amidst the neat, muffled explosions, the two figures that were sent flying smashed into the mountain wall and sank into the mountain. They were directly buried by the huge rocks that fell down. Oh, Noah was lying in the mountain rock. Just as he moved, his whole body made cracking sounds as though it was fractured. Noah could not help but let out a muffled groan from his throat. He felt as though his bones were falling apart, and he was almost unable to move. Fortunately, the symptoms were only temporary. Not long after, Noah felt that his strength had recovered a little. He propped himself up and released the divine power in his body. Bang! The surging divine power directly turned into an impact and exploded the mountain rock around Noah. The rock fragments flew everywhere and the mountain peak trembled. Noah directly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the mountain wall. He rushed out of the mountain peak and suspended in mid-air, looking ahead. Almost at the same time, another stream of light also exploded the mountain wall and shot out, arriving in front of Noah. Oh, it really hurts. Monkey King seemed to be in the same situation as Noah. In the collision just now, he felt as though his entire body was falling apart. As he moved his shoulders, he grimaced in pain. How long has it been since I was beaten so badly? Don't you have any tender feelings for the fairer sex? If you really want me to have tender feelings for the fairer sex, why don't you change your habit of calling yourself old son? Noah could not help but smile bitterly. Moreover, I'm not so naive as to show mercy when dealing with a half-star elf. That would be akin to courting death. You can't say that, Monkey King retorted. If you show mercy, I, old son, will naturally show mercy as well. I won't let you suffer any losses. Is that so? Noah looked at the great sage, heaven's equal, suspiciously. Are you that kind? In the past, I've indeed done some terrible things. I don't dare to call myself a good person, but the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, isn't a villain either. The great sage, heaven's equal, said with a nonchalant attitude. So, don't worry, little Noah, I won't bully you. We don't know who's bullying who yet. Also, don't call me little Noah. Noah first corrected her, then straightened his back. So, are we still fighting? I won't fight anymore. I didn't plan to fight in the lower realm this time. I just wanted to play with you. If you fight like this, even those guys above can't say anything, right? Great Sage equaling heaven glanced at Noah. Besides, if you don't show your true strength, how are you going to fight? Not going to show your true strength? Noah raised his eyebrows. I've already used all my strength. Isn't this considered true strength? That's just your true strength. Great Sage equaling heaven stared at Noah. But now, you've obtained the 14 sun sovereignty bestowed by the White Knight King. If you use all their powers, the situation will definitely be different, right? How can it be that easy? Noah sighed. In addition to being able to summon astral beasts, sun sovereignty can also strengthen the abilities corresponding to their respective inheritances. Now, I don't even know what characteristics those sun sovereigns have. How can I strengthen them? For example, the dragon's sun sovereignty. The function of this sun sovereignty was to greatly improve the spirit lattice. However, Noah did not have such a thing as a spirit lattice, so how could he improve it? Therefore, Noah took a different approach and used the dragon's sun sovereignty to strengthen his mind and strength. Among the 14 sun sovereigns that White Yiksha had transferred to Noah, there are also many that were completely useless to Noah. For this reason, Noah had to go through a period of research and understand the characteristics and powers of those sun sovereigns before he could use them to strengthen himself directly or indirectly. Now, Noah definitely could not use those sun sovereigns, nor did he dare to use them. That's true. The great sage, heaven's equal, nodded in agreement. Then, he fell silent and muttered to himself, "A human who can compete with me without borrowing the power of the sun sovereignty has a much higher chance of winning against a human in the final trial." It's simply a miracle that a human can be so strong. I see. Is that why the White Night King has placed his hopes on you? Seeing that great sage equaling heaven had fallen into deep thought, Noah frowned. Just as he was about to speak, great sage equaling heaven suddenly spoke. All right, since that's the case, I'll try to believe you. Let's end today's matter here. What? Noah was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Little Noah, I'll leave the matter of Azi Dakaha to you. Great sage equaling heaven said to the stunned Noah. I'm preparing to return to the heavenly realm now. Let's meet again. Wait a minute. Noah stopped great sage equaling heaven from acting as he pleased and asked with a frown. What do you mean? Aren't you preparing to bring the sun's sovereignty back? I didn't receive any orders to bring the sun's sovereignty back. Great sage equaling heaven answered in a straightforward manner. The Buddhists only sent me here to try and bring back the White Night King. It would be best if I could convince her. If not, I'll get Old Sun to report back. After all, if I were to rely on myself to kidnap the White Night King, it would be harder than charging into the heavenly realm. What? Noah looked at great sage equaling heaven. Don't you want to create a new box court? Not everyone wishes to move to a new box court. Great sage equaling heaven turned his head and looked into the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his clear eyes. This box court recorded the most glorious and unbearable past of my brothers and sisters. I don't wish for it to be destroyed just like that. Noah fell silent. Under such circumstances, the great sage, heaven's equal, continued to speak. I don't care what the higher-ups decide. However, I can't bear to see so many lives being lost because of a decision. If that happens, I won't be able to eat well or sleep well. Although great sage equaling heaven said this in an extremely casual tone, it was precisely because of this that it proved that great sage equaling heaven felt this way from the bottom of his heart. Then, great sage equaling heaven changed the topic. However, just because I think this way doesn't mean that the rest of the higher-ups think this way. Oh, Noah nodded, not surprised. In other words, in the end, will those gods with more than 3 digits come to find trouble with me? Definitely. Great sage equaling heaven said with absolute certainty. Those guys all think that there is hope only in the new box court. The current box court can no longer stay there because of AZ Dakaha. Compared to AZ Dakaha, anyone would think that a human with a limited lifespan is much easier to deal with. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Noah said sarcastically. The so-called gods are just SOSO. Gods have hearts too. That's why they are angry, greedy, calculative, and paranoid. There's nothing strange about that, great sage equaling heaven said. In any case, that's all I have to say. I don't know when the higher-ups will find trouble with you, and I have no way of informing you. You can only do as you see fit. Great sage equaling heaven hesitated for a moment. Finally, he let out a faint sigh. And if you're able to pass through the trial of the gods of the heavenly realm and fight against Aziz Dakaha, then try to find my sworn brothers and sisters. They might be able to help you. Hearing this, Noah spoke almost instinctively. Don't you want to meet your brothers and sisters yourself? Noah's words made the great sage equaling heaven, who looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl, ripple in his gem-like eyes. He tightened his grip on the Jingu Bang. An indescribable heavy atmosphere filled the entire space as great sage equaling heaven fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, great sage equaling heaven took a deep breath and raised his head. I can't do that. Great sage equaling heaven revealed a lonely expression. Once we meet, I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear to leave. After saying this, great sage equaling heaven turned around. As if he didn't want Noah to see his current expression, he rode the somersault cloud and transformed into a streak of light that shot towards the horizon. Looking in the direction that great sage equaling heaven left in, Noah remained silent for a long time. The great sage equaling heaven in this world was really gentle. Chapter 1527. Actually, the existence of the Sky Army was not a secret. At least, for the rulers of the social strata, the existence of the Sky Army, which aimed to suppress the oldest demon king, was not a secret. Therefore, at the beginning, everyone was also looking forward to the support of the Sky Army. But it was just like what Noah had said. If the Sky Army was really ready to move out, these people should have already arrived in a month's time. Since there was no trace of the Sky Army until now, there was not even a trace of news. Needless to say, there must be a problem. Of course, the rulers of the social strata also did not expect that the reason why the Sky Army did not move out was that they were preparing to abandon the box court and start to build a new one, leaving the people in the old box court to fend for themselves. The rulers of the social strata were just like Bayasha. They all thought that the Sky Army did not move out, so there should be a mistake in the 3-digit levels and above. After all, just like what the great sage equaling heaven said, among the many god groups, not everyone wanted to abandon the box court from the bottom of their hearts. And of course, in the Sky Army, not all the god groups were good people. Compared to Noah, these rulers of the social strata understood the inside story of the Sky Army more and also understood the ideas of those god groups. Basically, except for the 12 heavenly guardians who were directly under Sakura, even if the rest of the god groups came to the lower realm to suppress the demon king, they would definitely use purification as a reason to completely turn the middle and lower realm of the box court into a piece of scorched earth. Therefore, if because of this matter, the 3-digit levels of the god groups had a dispute over the dispatch of the Sky Army members, then it was not impossible that it had been delayed until now. Moreover, it was also possible that there was a problem with the Sky Army. The Sky Army referred to the gate of heaven. It was the door that connected the 3-digit levels and the lower realms, allowing the gods to descend to the lower realms. If the 3-digit levels of the gods casually descended to the lower realms, just this act alone could cause a world-shaking disaster. The gate of heaven, the Sky Army, was a door that was created to reduce the impact of the descent. Through the Sky Army, the 3-digit levels of the gods and star spirits could appear in the lower realms. If one descended to the lower realm without going through daily heaven, then no matter how strong one's will was, they could become the source of disaster. It was precisely because of this that existences above 3 digits could not easily interfere with the lower realm. In light of this, if there was a problem with Li Gaotian, it would not be strange for the Sky Army to not be able to move out. Due to various considerations, the leaders of the social class did not think that the higher-ups were ready to abandon Box-Ting. But like Noah, they felt that the Sky Army would not be mobilized. If he wanted to defeat Az Dakaha, he would have to rely on himself. Under such circumstances, the Stratum overlords began their operations like a raging fire. For example, the hunting of Az Dakaha's split body. Therefore, when Noah left the ancient castle to search for White Yiksha, the members of No Name also participated in the hunt. Aside from Rin, who did not have any combat power, Black Rabbit, Judo Asuka, Haruai Hiroyuki, Letitia, and Pest had all participated in the operation. And the community that acted together with the members of No Name was none other than Will-O-Wisp. At this time, everyone was riding on a few pterosaur fire dragons lent by Salamandra, heading towards the location of the hunting target. Ai Xia did not ride on the fire dragons, but rode on Jack's back, secretly looking in the direction of No Name's group, wanting to say something but hesitating. The one who noticed Ai Xia's strangeness was Haruai Hiroyuki, who had sharp senses. Immediately, Haruai Hiroyuki tilted his head and asked without hesitation, "What's wrong?" With that one sentence, everyone in No Name turned to look at Ai Xia. Being stared at by so many people at once, Ai Xia's neck could not help but shrink. However, Ai Xia did not shrink back, but after hesitating for a long time, she said somewhat bashfully, That sir from your community, did he not come with you?" "That sir?" Judo Asuka asked doubtfully. "Which sir?" On the contrary, Black Rabbit showed a sharp intuition that she did not usually have. "The sir that Miss Ai Xia is talking about. Could it be Noah? San?" Yes. AI Xian nodded repeatedly, but when she noticed that her excessive behavior had attracted everyone's strange gazes, her pretty face immediately stiffened, and she awkwardly smiled. Why didn't Noah San come with us? The one who answered this question was not Black Rabbit, but Letitia. Master has other things to do. Letitia kept looking forward and did not even turn her head to look at AI Xia, and answered very casually. Moreover, it's just a group of clones. It's not to the point where Master needs to personally act. Hearing this, everyone could not help but look at each other and secretly smiled bitterly in their hearts. To Letitia, perhaps Azzy Dakaha's clones were really nothing much, right? Although the first generation of Aziz Dakaha's doppelgangers were all at the level of deities, Letitia, who had retrieved her divinity and completed the dragon's shadow, was able to unleash the full power of the Demon King when she was born. Letitia's level was in the 4 digits of the box court. Furthermore, Letitia possessed the sovereignty of the Ophiuchus constellation's sun, so it was not difficult for her to deal with a group of god-level clones. However, this was not the case for the rest of the people. Other than Letitia, the ones with the strongest battle power were likely Pest and Jack. Among them, Pest was at the level of God. Thus, to the rest of the people, a god-level opponent was still very pressuring. After getting rid of the slight unhappiness in her heart, Pest glanced at AI Xia and asked in a somewhat disinterested manner. Speaking of which, you seem to be, before she could finish her words, Letitia's sharp gaze landed on Pest. This caused Pest's entire body to tremble. She hurriedly changed what she was going to say. You seem to be very respectful toward Master. Isn't that only natural? AI Xia shouted without hesitation. Lord Noah is so handsome, so powerful. Is he not worthy of respect? The entire place suddenly turned silent. In the next instant, all the members of No Name, including Letitia, cast strange gazes toward AI Xia. Only then did AI Xia realize what she had said, and her expression instantly froze. Oh, Jufei Bird's mocking voice sounded. Is Noah very handsome? So that's how it is. Even Haruai Hiroyuki revealed a mischievous expression. Is Noah very handsome? Yes, Black Rabbit snickered. Is Mr. Noah very handsome? Is that so? However, Pest appeared to have lost interest in the matter. Isn't that guy very handsome? Only Letitia was looking at AI Xia with a somewhat approving gaze. To be able to understand Master's handsomeness, as expected of a community member of the strongest demon in the Northern District. You all are very annoying, AI Xia shouted with a red face. I just feel that Lord Noah is very handsome. Is that not okay? Seeing AI Xia shouting there as if she had given up on herself, the members of No Name couldn't help but laugh out loud. Regardless of whether he is handsome or not, we do care about Mr. Noah very much, Jack interjected with a witty laugh at this moment. After all, that one in our family is quite curious about Mr. Noah. After saying that, Jack said with a deep meaning, perhaps they have already met. Who knows? Noah, who didn't know what the girls of No Name were doing, returned to White Yiksha after parting with Great Sage Equaling Heaven. After chatting with White Yiksha for a while, he left and directly returned to the castle. Walking on the road to the throne hall, Noah muttered to himself as he thought about the matters regarding the group of gods. About the gods, should I mention it to Sarah and Shadora? Noah, who was thinking about this, didn't notice. In an alley beside the street, a figure quietly peeked out and curiously looked in the direction of Noah. Chapter 1528. Noah, who was on his way to the throne hall, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Frowning slightly, Noah turned around suspiciously and looked at an alley beside the street. However, there was nothing there. However, Noah's frown deepened, and he muttered to himself uncertainly. Just now, someone seemed to be looking at me. In fact, there were many people looking at Noah. The reason was simple. The news of Noah killing the leader of the Two Wings with one punch when he first came to this camp had already spread to all the large communities. Moreover, in order to boost morale, Sarah and Shadora also announced that the human hero, No Name, who once fought against the oldest demon king, Azidakaha, and severely injured the three-headed demonic dragon, exposing the weakness of his heart, was still alive. Therefore, now, everyone clearly knew what kind of person this seemingly inconspicuous human in front of them was. Therefore, once he entered the castle, Noah was being scrutinized by the people around him. However, just now, Noah's superb sensing ability allowed him to feel a gaze that was different from the others staring at him. Therefore, Noah looked around and carefully observed the direction of the alley. After he did not find anything wrong, his frown slowly loosened. Forget it. Although he did not know who was secretly observing him, Noah's outstanding sensing ability told him that the other party's gaze did not carry any malice, killing intent, or hostility. Since that was the case, if other people wanted to observe him, then let them observe him. After all, it was not the first time Noah attracted so much attention. With this thought, Noah turned around and walked forward again. However, in the next moment, Noah's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he abruptly took a small step to the side. Whoosh! At this moment, an unidentified flying object flew past where Noah was just standing. If Noah did not dodge, then he would have been attacked by the unidentified flying object. Now, Noah's dodge caused the unidentified flying object to miss and continue to fly forward without slowing down. Almost at this moment, Noah suddenly stretched out his hand, and with a paw sound, he fiercely caught the unidentified flying object. Only then did Noah clearly see the unidentified flying object's body. It was a blunt cross weapon. Most people called a hammer or an iron hammer. In other words, just now, someone used this blunt cross weapon to attack Noah. Immediately, Noah suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the alley. This time, Noah saw it. Undoubtedly, there was nothing in the alley before. A black shadow seemed to poke its head towards Noah's direction. When it realized that Noah was looking, it immediately, as if it was shocked, and immediately retreated. Unfortunately, this time, Noah clearly found the traces of the old man. Without any hesitation, Noah flashed and rushed to the front of the alley. Noah could not help but be surprised, because in the alley there was nothing. It was a dead alley. Less than 20 meters away from the mouth of the alley, there was a wall. If there was someone here just now, then it was impossible to escape. Could it have flown up? Noah raised his head and looked at the sky. That place was naturally empty as well. That's not right. Noah reacted. If someone just flew out from here, then I would have definitely seen it. In other words, the means of disappearance was not by flying. Not by flying? Is it by burrowing or invisibility? Noah frowned again. However, in the box court, there were all kinds of gifts. It was not rare to have gifts such as burrowing or invisibility. The problem was if the other party was invisible, then it would definitely not be able to hide from Noah, who had the sensing ability. Since Noah did not find the other party, it could only be that the other party used some kind of means to escape. It was just that he did not know what means it was. After observing the inside of the alley again, Noah could not find anything and could only helplessly give up and turn around again. Whoosh! At this time, there was another whistling sound of the wind. Noah suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand behind him. As a result, there was a paw sound and a new blunt cross weapon fell into Noah's hand. The word, well, suddenly appeared on Noah's forehead. His eyelids twitched as he looked at the empty alley in front of him and took a deep breath. Don't hide. Come out immediately. The voice echoed clearly in the alley, turning into an echo that did not disperse for a long time. Noah narrowed his eyes and stared at the two blunt cross weapons in his hand. The corner of his mouth slowly raised. If you don't come out, then I will find you myself. Since the other party used the blunt cross weapon to attack Noah twice in a row, the possibility of the other party having another blunt cross weapon was very high. Since that was the case, if he used item location, it would be easy to find the other party, right? With that thought in mind, Noah flipped his hand and took out a scroll. Then he tossed it into the air. The magic scroll immediately burned and turned into ashes. Then, an image was reflected in Noah's mind. That was naturally the location of the attacker. However, this location made Noah somewhat surprised. He actually escaped to such a far place in such a short time. Somewhat surprised, Noah turned his hand again and took out another scroll. This scroll had a teleportation spell attached to it. Clang! The scroll burned, and Noah turned into a beam of dim light, disappearing from a spot. Noah's vision in front of him rotated, and then he was teleported to another alley. Eh! A voice full of surprise rang out. Noah lifted his eyes and looked to the front. Immediately, he was stunned. He saw that in front of Noah, a person was looking at Noah with the same surprised expression as the voice. It was a young girl who didn't seem to be very old. The reason why he used seemed as a more ambiguous term was because it was really difficult for others to judge a girl's true age from her appearance. No, to be more precise, it should be said that the girl had all the physical characteristics that didn't match her age. It was a girl who seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old. She had a very sweet baby face and a bountiful fruit with 2 blue ponytails tied into a very conspicuous ball shape. This girl had a seductive body curve that didn't match her young appearance at all. Undoubtedly, her height was only about 150 centimeters, but she had an unusually full upper body. She was wearing a gothic dress with black and pale embellishments, like a formal dress, which highlighted her full upper body and also directly exposed her white thighs to the air, which was very charming. She had both glamorous and lovely magic, and there was a sense of morality in the sense of sex that firmly captured the male's gaze. That image was exactly the same as the female demon in the legend who led people to commit crimes. However, this girl didn't seem to have such self-awareness. Her eyes were quite pure, and the expression on her face was also the kind of naive expression without any scheming. Looking at such a girl, men probably couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although Noah wasn't that unbearable, his eyes couldn't help but move down slightly. Looking at the girl's full upper body and childlike appearance, the corner of his mouth twitched again and again. He didn't expect that in this world there was actually an existence of the same type as Hasti. It was indeed a box that had everything. At this moment, Noah only felt that he had really learned something. The girl seemed to be aware of Noah's gaze on her full upper body, but she didn't have any reaction to it. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at him blankly. Shortly after, the young girl spoke in a somewhat timid manner. "What's wrong with you?" Obviously, the girl didn't realize how attractive her figure and dress were, and she didn't realize what the man's gaze on her full upper body meant. That was beyond the level of no self-awareness, right? This made Noah's anger of being attacked twice disappear inexplicably. He raised the blunt cross weapon in his hand somewhat speechlessly. "It was you who just attacked me, right?" "Attack?" The girl blinked her eyes. That action was extremely cute. Noah felt that something in his heart was ignited. Chapter 1529. Please don't misunderstand. Noah's anger wasn't ignited by any evil thoughts, but rather, he was filled with depression. From the innocent expression on the girl's face, Noah could roughly guess what was going on. Most likely, the other party didn't even consider throwing a blunt object as an attack, right? So what was this to the girl? To play? Feeling depressed, Noah raised the cross-blunt weapon in his hand and asked the girl directly, "Why did you throw this thing at me?" Looking at the cross weapon in Noah's hand, the girl seemed to have finally understood what was going on. She raised her eyes slightly, looked at Noah, and said, "I wanted to see how you would react." Huh? Noah couldn't help but be stunned. He was also a little confused. Just because of this? The girl nodded. Noah felt all the strength in his body leaving him, and he was completely speechless. He thought this girl was the same type of existence as Hestia, but he didn't expect that they were only similar in terms of appearance. At least, Hestia definitely wasn't like this girl, who was so natural that it made people speechless. As expected, there are a lot of weirdos in the box. Noah threw the blunt object in his hand back to the girl. "But I'm sorry, I'm not interested in being someone's observation target. Please go and see how others react." Seeing the blunt object being thrown back, the girl clumsily caught it with her hands and feet. At this moment, Noah turned around and walked towards the street outside. Seeing this, the girl was slightly startled and followed him without hesitation. On the wide street, many people were walking in and out of the doors of many buildings. It was quite lively. However, at a certain moment, many people on the street turned their eyes toward a certain direction. Their eyes flickered with amazement, and many men's eyes even turned as green as a wolf's. And where these people's gazes landed, Noah was walking there. Unfortunately, the surrounding people's gazes weren't directed at Noah, but at the girl behind Noah. Feeling the piercing gazes of the surrounding people, Noah had no choice but to stop in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the young lady who was following him. "Why are you following me?" Hearing this, the girl also stopped and stared at Noah with her big blinking eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "I'm very curious about you. Is that so?" Noah once again felt weak from the girl's innocent tone. "It's an honor to be curious about a beautiful girl like you. If possible, I hope you can tell me the reason." "Because Jack told me." The girl stared at Noah without blinking as she said so. "You once defeated Maxwell." "Jack? Maxwell?" Noah was stunned. How did these two names end up together? The girl didn't seem to understand how many questions her words caused to Noah, just like how Noah should understand her meaning. She tilted her head and looked at him innocently. Noah's intuition and rationality told him that, if this continues, he probably won't be able to solve his questions. Talking to this natural girl, if he didn't speak more directly, she definitely wouldn't understand, right? "All right, it's my fault." Noah rubbed the space between his eyebrows and didn't beat around the bush. "First, please tell me, you know Jack, right?" "Yes." The girl nodded. "Jack is a member of my community." "You're a member of the community?" Noah's heart suddenly moved. At this moment, the first thing that came to Noah's mind was the incident where the young lady threw a blunt cross at him from the alley. After being discovered by him, she mysteriously appeared in another place far away. Combining this matter with the girl's words, Noah looked at the girl with some surprise. "Are you the leader of Wisp?" "Yes." The girl nodded as if she didn't notice the surprise in Noah's heart. "My name is Vera Zagnatafates. Vera Zagnatafates, the leader of the six-digit community, Wisp, born at the border between life and death, able to freely move between life and death, known as the strongest great demon in the north." So is this girl, the leader of the community, whose mission was to adopt the souls of innocent children who died, was actually such a girl? So that's why Jack said that their leader was different from what Noah imagined? Noah was speechless. However, reality proved that this girl's words were probably correct. If it was a great demon who could freely manipulate the realm, then she could use teleportation. After being discovered by Noah, she would immediately disappear from the alley and appear far away. Moreover, after careful observation, Noah could also use his sensing ability to detect a very ordinary aura from the girl named Vera. It was definitely not an aura that an ordinary girl should have. "That," Noah scratched his head and said somewhat tentatively, "Can I just call you Vera?" Vera nodded without any objections. "Then, Vera, I understand that you are the leader of Wisp." Noah decided to first clarify another very important matter. "But you are also related to Maxwell." Maxwell, once together with Gajiel, in order to understand Kayaz Dakaha's seal, they joined forces to besiege Noah, the demon king who could manipulate the realm of cold and warmth, possessing an immortal body. That guy could also use the power of the realm of manipulation to teleport. Now that Vera mentioned Maxwell, Noah could not help but think that the two of them had some sort of relationship. However, what surprised Noah was that Vera's eyes widened slightly, as if she had heard something extremely shocking, or as if she had thought of some disgusting past. She desperately shook her head with tears in her eyes. No, I have nothing to do with that disgusting person." "Disgusting?" Noah was shocked by Vera's overly intense reaction. What's going on?" Vera did not explain, but continued to step forward with tears in her eyes. She reached out a hand and tugged at Noah's clothes, saying helplessly, "I hope you can help me." When a young girl with a youthful face and a full bust, possessing both sexiness and cuteness, whose charm was off the charts, tugged at your clothes with tears in her eyes and pitifully asked you for help, how would you feel? At least, Noah looked away unnaturally, feeling helpless. Seeing Noah's helpless look, Vera thought that Noah had rejected her request for help, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Help me. Only you can help me." After saying that, Vera pitifully added another sentence. "If you're willing to help me, I can agree to any request you have." Noah really felt that his heart was about to explode. If Vera's appearance and actions could cause more than 10,000 points of damage to Noah, then, with this sentence, it was believed that any man would suffer tons of damage. This little devil's every move, every word, and every sentence was exuding a shocking allure, constantly evoking thoughts in people's hearts. If it was a person with an unstable mind at this moment, wouldn't they have fallen? After all, even Noah had the impulse to make some unreasonable request for a moment. From his point of view, Vera was really worthy of being a female devil. Noah could only smile bitterly, patted his cheeks, and looked around. Around them, all the men's eyes were about to pop out from Vera's teary and pitiful appearance. Noah sighed, reached out, and held Vera's hand that was tugging at the corner of his clothes. "No matter what, let's leave here first." And Vera nodded without any objection, and did not resist Noah's intimate action, obediently being led away by Noah. Looking at Vera being led away by Noah, the surrounding men's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Presumably, these guys must have thought that Noah intended to kidnap Vera, find a place where no one was, and do something shameful and enviable, right? Chapter 1530. It had to be said that the journey to the throne hall was definitely the most torturous one Noah had ever walked in his life. Holding Vera's hand, Noah was attacked by all kinds of gazes along the way. It was as if they were looking at a cute child who was about to do something evil. To be honest, even Noah, who hated involving the innocent, had the urge to chop all the idiots around him into pieces. At this time, if he let go of Vera's hand because of the torment, it would make Noah feel guilty. Thus, Noah steeled his heart and held Vera's hand all the way to the throne hall. Vera didn't seem to understand why Noah's expression was so conflicted and why the people around her looked like they wanted to eat her alive. She tilted her head and was still at a loss. If there really were some uncles with special fetishes here, they would probably have a nosebleed after seeing Vera's appearance. This caused Noah to receive even sharper gazes along the way, which made it even more difficult to endure. In the end, Noah finally made it to the throne hall. As soon as he entered the throne hall, Noah saw a familiar face. Sarah? Shadora? Hearing Noah's voice, Sarah and Shadora, who were chatting peacefully, turned around and saw Noah. Just as Sarah and Shadora were about to greet Noah, they saw Noah holding Vera's hand, and their expressions stiffened. Seeing Sarah and Shadora's stiff expressions, Noah immediately spoke. "Let me make it clear, this isn't a child I kidnapped from somewhere." Before Sarah and Shadora could react, Vera, who was holding Noah's hand, retorted, "I'm not a child." Unfortunately, that soft voice, rather than saying that it was refuting, it was better to say that it was coquettish. Sarah and Shadora finally realized what was going on. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "We didn't say that you kidnapped the child," Sarah said teasingly. "Or rather, if he could easily abduct the most powerful devil in the north, then I think I've definitely underestimated Mr. Noah. Vera won't be taken away by anyone. She's one of the trump cards of the Northern District," Shadora complained angrily. "Really, don't say those weird things, sister." "Sister?" Noah was stunned. "So, you haven't told Mr. Noah about it yet?" Sarah noticed Noah's surprise and smiled. "Then let me reintroduce myself. I'm Sarah. My full name is Sarah Telderek." "Telderek? Isn't that Shadora and Mandora's last names?" Upon closer inspection, Sarah seemed to have the same red hair as Shadora and a pair of dragon horns that were far more mature than Shadora's. In addition, Shadora called Sarah's sister. Could it be? Looks like you've guessed it. Sarah shrugged. That's right. I'm Shadora and Mandora's sister. I was originally a member of Salamandra. Later, due to some twists and turns, I wandered to the Southern District and coincidentally became the leader of Horn and the chairman of the Dragonhorn Griffin Line Alliance. Hearing this, Noah tactfully shut his mouth. Why would Sarah, who originally belonged to Salamandra, wander to the Southern District and become the ruler of the Southern District? If she wanted to be the ruler of the Southern District, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, right? After all, Sarah was Shadora and Mandora's biological sister. If she stayed in Salamandra, it would only be a matter of time before she inherited the position of leader of Salamandra and became the ruler of the North District, right? If that was the case, why would she wander to the Southern District and become the ruler of the Southern District? Although these questions appeared in Noah's mind, Noah didn't ask. It wasn't that he couldn't ask, but that there was no need to. If he asked about other people's privacy, it would be meddling in other people's business. Therefore, Noah rationally didn't continue to ask. Upon seeing this, Sarah couldn't help but look at Noah with a trace of admiration in her eyes. Originally, Sarah thought that Noah only had some achievements in battle. Now it seemed that it wasn't just strength. In terms of wisdom and dealing with people, this hero also had a sharp side that others didn't have. But that was also true. As a former member of Salamandra and the ruler of the Southern District, Sarah naturally heard about the Northern District being attacked by the Demon King of the Black Death. Of course, Sarah also knew that the person who played the most important role in solving the Demon King game was the man in front of her. Being able to solve the Demon King game was enough to prove that Noah wasn't a brute who only had strength. This made Sarah pay more attention to Noah, a human who had the ability to fight alone with humans in the final trial, and even posed a threat. Without a doubt, this person is the trump card against the three-headed dragon. Since Sky Army won't make a move, perhaps we have to place our hopes on him. This was the thought in Sarah's mind, and it was also the truth. At this time, Shadora looked at Vera curiously and asked Noah, Mr. Noah, why are you with Vera? Don't ask me. Actually, I don't know what's going on. Noah sighed and pushed the confused Vera in front of everyone. This girl suddenly appeared and asked me to help her. Her words were also unclear. I'm a bit confused. Help her. Shadora was surprised. Help Vera? Help. Sarah was deep in thought and said to Vera, Could it be that you want Mr. Noah to help you deal with Demon King Maxwell? Vera's eyes lit up and nodded. Seeing this, Shadora seemed to have understood. Only Noah had a confused look on his face. Deal with Maxwell? What's going on? Sarah and Shadora's expressions suddenly became very strange. Vera trembled as if she had thought of something that would give her goosebumps. With tears in her eyes, she grabbed Noah's hand again. She looked like a child who had found a safe haven. Seeing this, Noah could more or less guess what was going on. Could it be that Maxwell and Vera have a grudge? That was the only possibility. Vera had a grudge against Maxwell, but she couldn't do anything to him. As a result, Vera was curious about Noah, who had once defeated Maxwell, and came to ask for Noah's help. This was Noah's guess. However, Vera's next words made Noah's expression completely freeze. It's not a grudge. Vera corrected with tears in her eyes. That guy's just a nasty stalker who has been pestering her. A nasty stalker? Noah couldn't react at all. How should I put it? Sarah laughed bitterly. Let's put it this way. Devil King Maxwell has an excessive love for Vera. Before he came to the box court, he had been pursuing Vera. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to pester her. Even when Vera came to the box court, the Devil King cultivated in the outside world for hundreds of years and used his own strength to open the entrance to the box court. In the end, he chased her all the way here. This unexpected fact made Noah feel as if he had swallowed a fly. His face was full of bitterness. That's not an ordinary stalker, Vera said as if to show Noah her helplessness. That guy likes to be intoxicated and delusional. I've already said that I don't like him anymore, but he keeps saying that I'm just throwing a tantrum and being shy. He keeps saying disgusting things. I hate him very, very much. But that guy can teleport. No matter where I go, he follows me. That guy, was he that disgusting? No wonder Vera came to Noah for help. She was really annoyed to the point that she couldn't do anything, right? Just as Noah was thinking this, Shadora also spoke. Moreover, we have reliable news that Devil King Maxwell seems to be moving around nearby. He seems to be preparing to use the three-headed dragon's body to do something. This sentence made Noah's eyes flicker. Chapter 1531. Around nighttime, No Name and Will-O-Wisp, who went to fight the three-headed dragon's avatar, successfully returned to the castle in triumph. Although the three-headed dragon's first-generation avatar was at the deity level, it was not that difficult to deal with it with the four-digit Letitia. In the castle, among the people who went to fight the three-headed dragon's avatar, other than Letitia, there was only the Queen's Knight, who belonged to the Queen of Halloween, who had four-digit combat power. Therefore, among the several groups who were assigned the mission to fight the three-headed dragon's avatar, other than the Queen's Knight, only Letitia's group completed the mission and returned on the same day. As soon as they returned to the castle, Noah met up with everyone in the minister's hall. At this time, in one of the reception rooms in the minister's hall, the people who belonged to No Name and Will-O-Wisp were gathered together. Ayaya, looking at Vera, who was grabbing onto Noah's clothes, as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving straw and not letting go, Jack said with a smile. As expected, she went to find Sir Noah. Sister Vera is really something. Aisha looked at Vera, who was grabbing onto Noah's clothes, with a helpless and envious gaze, but she also expressed her understanding. However, it can't be helped. Such a disgusting stalker is moving around. If it were me, I would also be scared half to death. A stalker? Black Rabbit said with a little hesitation. It's really hard to imagine that the Demon King is a stalker. Not to mention, this stalker can teleport. Letitia also expressed her opinion, which was rare for her. It's really the worst combination. Then, what's the situation now? Flying Bird pointed at Vera and said to Noah, "Are you going to help this child deal with the Demon King Maxwell?" "That's what I'm going to do." Noah picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. A cold light flashed in his dark and deep eyes. "After all, I still have a score to settle with that guy." "You better be careful," Pest said in a seemingly unintentional manner. "Maxwell is a four-digit Demon King, and he also belongs to that Demon King Alliance. Since he is moving around, then the people of the Demon King Alliance are also moving around. You may be very strong, but if your opponent is not one person, but a group of Demon Kings, you may also fail miserably. Don't worry, I'm not that reckless." Noah placed the empty teacup in front of him. Letitia immediately stepped forward and filled the empty cup in Noah's hand with new hot tea before retreating obediently. Only then did Noah pick up the teacup again and drink little by little. As he drank, he answered, "Compared to strength, I'm more worried about how to deal with Maxwell's undying body. Last time when I fought with that guy, I even used a special gift that works on undying, but he still didn't die. How should I deal with him?" "This is really a bit of a headache for me." "Is that so?" Yao tilted his head. "In other words, not even Noah has a way to deal with that Demon King Maxwell?" "That's not the case." Noah suddenly smiled. "Although I don't know what kind of principle Maxwell used to resurrect himself, and what kind of gift he used, when the name Maxwell is mentioned, the first thing that comes to mind is naturally that physicist with a deep relationship with electromagnetism, optics, astronomy, and thermodynamics. I think that if we start from this aspect, we should be able to find a way to deal with that guy." After saying those words, Noah narrowed his eyes slightly. "Besides, even if we can't find a way to deal with him, it doesn't matter. His power will be defeated by an even more powerful power. Even gods can be killed. A demon king of unknown origin is likely the same, right?" Everyone nodded in succession. At this time, Jack bowed his head to express his gratitude to Noah. "Thank you so much, Your Excellency Noah. If possible, we would also like to deal with Demon King Maxwell ourselves. However, although that Demon King is disgusting and vile, he is still a four-digit number. Coupled with his immortal body and teleportation, Even among the 4-digit number, there are not many who can deal with him. With our strength alone, we really can't do anything to him. We can only ask for help from you, who once suppressed him. You're welcome. Noah shook his head with a smile. Originally, if that guy appeared, I wasn't going to let him go. You just happen to have a grudge with him, which is in line with my purpose. Is that so? Jack shook his head and smiled. Regardless, thank you, Your Excellency Noah. Yes. Aisha also expressed her opinion. With Sir Noah protecting Sister Vera, there is no danger. As soon as Aisha's words came out, except for Noah and Vera, the rest of the people cast a mocking look at her. Aisha, who understood the meaning of everyone's gaze, blushed and glared back at them one by one. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people chasing after idols? Everyone burst into laughter at once. Only Noah had a confused look on his face. Yao also laughed softly and looked at Vera. Noah's next mission is to protect her, right? Yes. Noah spread his hands. It's just a matter of convenience. Yao nodded and didn't say anything else. He just looked at Vera curiously. Vera also looked at Yao. After a while, she suddenly took out a cross-shaped blunt weapon. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, a cross-shaped blunt object suddenly flew out and heavily smashed on Yao's head, making him groan in pain. Everyone was shocked as they didn't expect Vera to suddenly attack Yao. What are you doing? Flying Bird stood up and glared at Vera. Is this how you treat your fellow protectors? Wait a minute. Aisha quickly stood up and held Flying Bird's shoulder in a fluster. That's Sister Vera's hobby. She doesn't mean any harm. Hobby? Flying Bird looked at Aisha in disbelief. Throwing a blunt weapon at someone's head is a hobby. To be precise, it's a hobby of throwing a blunt weapon at someone you're interested in and seeing their reaction. Aisha laughed dryly. I've told Sister Vera many times, but Sister Vera won't change. I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I'll be more careful. Please forgive me. A hobby of throwing a blunt weapon at someone you're interested in and seeing their reaction. Noah looked at Vera with a complicated expression. I see. No wonder the way we met was so strange. For Vera, who was disgusted by Maxwell, Noah, who was able to suppress Maxwell, was indeed an object of interest. For this seductive little devil, it was indeed not an attack. Just like what Aisha said, it was just a hobby. The angry Flying Bird snorted coldly and turned his head away. Vera didn't seem to understand why Flying Bird was so angry. She looked at Flying Bird in a daze. Then, a new blunt weapon suddenly appeared in her hand. Bang dash! Flying Bird, who was still angry, felt an intense pain in her head. She held her head and squatted down. It was so painful that tears came out of her eyes. Unlike Yao, who used the life catalog to absorb the power of various beasts and had a very strong physique, Flying Bird's body was completely like that of a normal person. Being hit by a hammer was enough to cause serious injuries. You bastard! Flying Bird shouted angrily. Very well, I'll accept this fight. After saying that, Flying Bird held her swollen head and immediately wanted to fight 300 rounds with Vera. Seeing this, Aisha and Jack quickly rushed forward and held Flying Bird down. Wait. Miss Flying Bird, please calm down. Let me go. Flying Bird struggled desperately. With this struggle, Flying Bird inadvertently kicked over the table in front of her. Then, everyone cried out in surprise. The tea set on the table flew into the air and spilled a large amount of water. Splash! In the next moment, everyone was drenched. The whole place suddenly became silent. Noah looked at his drenched body and then looked at the speechless crowd. He sighed. Today is really full of disasters. Chapter 1532. Since the extinction of the vampire castle that was occupied by the fallen demon king Letitia had been abandoned for more than 1,000 years. Time was cruel. More than 1,000 years was enough to turn a bustling city into a dilapidated ruin. Although the vampire castle did not become a ruin, it was like a historical site with traces of time everywhere. However, when the castle was used as a camp to deal with the oldest demon king, the situation inside changed a lot. Although it was not to the extent where it was when people first started living, but in order to survive, some necessary recovery was still needed. For example, bathing was a problem that had to be solved. Perhaps for those men, it did not matter whether they took a bath or not. But for women, not taking a bath for a day was more unacceptable than taking their lives. Not to mention, the members of No Name were basically all women, and even the leaders of Thousand Eyes, Salamandra, and Dragonhorn Griffin Lion were all women. Under these circumstances, the 4 communities that were stationed in the throne hall naturally had to have a bathhouse. Perhaps it was because of the girls' interest, or perhaps it was because the rulers of the social class all wanted to relax during the battle against the oldest demon king, but the bathhouse prepared in the throne hall was especially large. The members of No Name and Will-O-Wisp who were drenched expressed that they were ready to take a bath in the bathhouse. Noah and Jack were also drenched. However, the two of them had completely different thoughts. Noah, like the girls, also wanted to take this opportunity to take a bath. It was unknown if Jack really did not have a body, but he did not care about the bathhouse at all. His body burned with a flame, directly evaporating the water vapor on his body, and then he happily left, expressing that it did not matter whether he took a bath or not. Under these circumstances, Jack left, and the girls went to the bathhouse. Black Rabbit and the others will use the bathhouse for about half an hour. Black Rabbit said to Noah, "So, Mr. Noah, please take a bath after half an hour." Hearing this, Noah actually wanted to say that he only needed 10 minutes. Please let him take a bath first. However, to let a group of young girls wait for him in the bathhouse for 10 minutes while soaking wet, he reckoned that these young girls wouldn't be willing to do so, right? Hence, Noah sensibly didn't bring it up. He could only stay in the room and wait for a full 30 minutes with a depressed expression. When his body was almost frozen like a dog, he got up and walked in the direction of the bathhouse. Halfway there, Noah suddenly stopped in his tracks, stunned. At this time, Noah finally remembered something extremely important. Where's the bathhouse? Noah had just returned to this world today, and he had also just moved in here today. How would Noah know where the bathhouse was? Could it be that after waiting for half an hour, he couldn't even take a shower in the end? Noah felt that if that was the case, then it was really too. Fortunately, at this time, his savior appeared. "Mr. Noah?" Sarah slowly walked over from the other side of the corridor and greeted Noah. Then, she saw Noah's wet appearance and was stunned, then stood up in surprise. "How did you become like this?" "Well, there was an accident." Noah faintly sighed. "So, now I'm going to find a bathhouse to take a good bath." "Is that so?" Sarah did not know if she had guessed something, but her gaze towards Noah was more or less filled with sympathy. "Mr. Noah, it must have been hard on you." Whether it was hard or not is secondary. Noah looked at Sarah with a face that wanted to cry, but had no tears. "The problem is that I still don't know where the bathhouse is." "I see." Sarah nodded in realization, reached out her hand, and pointed in a direction. "The bathhouse is at." Speaking of this, Sarah suddenly stopped, not knowing what to think. She turned in another direction and pointed at the other end of the corridor. "The bathhouse is in this direction. Walk along this corridor until you reach the end. You will see a small staircase. Go down there. If you see a door, then that is the bathhouse." "Is that so?" Noah said as if he was saved. "Thank you, Sarah. It's a small matter. No need to thank me." Sarah pursed her lips and smiled. "Then, I won't disturb Mr. Noah's bath." "Okay." Noah nodded. "Talk to you next time." Leaving this sentence, Noah could not wait to walk in the direction pointed by Sarah. Looking at Noah's gradually disappearing back, Sarah smiled. "No matter what, he is still our trump card. I should treat him well. Black Rabbit and the others should forgive me, right?" On the other side, Noah walked along the corridor for a full 5 minutes, but in the end, he still did not reach the end. Then, when he reached the end, Noah spent a lot of effort to find a staircase in a corner that could only allow one person to pass through. The staircase was dark and wet, reminiscent of an underground warehouse. Walking down the stairs, Noah finally found a door 10 meters below the ground. Looking at the door in front of him, Noah was somewhat speechless. It's just a bathhouse. Is it necessary to make it so remote? With this thought, Noah pushed the door open and walked in. Unlike the outside, the inside was full of light, as if some kind of blessing was used to make the entire bathhouse very bright. The marble floor and walls looked very smooth. However, this was only the changing room. As for the bathroom, it was probably further inside. Looking around, Noah nodded with a little satisfaction. It seems that waiting for so long was not in vain. With this thought, Noah walked into the changing room, first removed the silver and platinum daggers from his back, put them in the corner, and stripped himself again and again, then opened the door to the bathroom. What appeared in front of Noah was an open-air bathhouse. Not only was it very spacious, but it was also foggy, making people feel relaxed and happy. The bathhouse was made of stones of various sizes and shapes. The water inside was a beautiful amber color, just like a hot spring. Looking up, the sky was full of stars, unusually beautiful. Taking a bath in such a place was simply the highest form of enjoyment. Even Noah, seeing such a bathhouse, had the urge to soak in it. And Noah did exactly that. Phew! Leaning against the wall at the edge of the bathhouse, his whole body soaked in the hot water, Noah exhaled very comfortably, extremely satisfied. Although there is an unimaginable great enemy. It's not like the people here don't know how to enjoy themselves. Logically speaking, in a situation where the box was facing the destructive disaster of the human final trial, the class leaders and communities active in the front line of battle should not do such a thing without any sense of danger. However, it was also not a good thing to be tense all the time. Proper relaxation was absolutely necessary. Taking this into consideration, it wasn't unforgivable for him to enjoy a bath. Of course, Noah did not know. In fact, the average person did not even know of this bathhouse's existence. Among the people stationed in the minister's hall, other than No Name, there were 3 other communities. The members of these 3 communities were mostly the Fire Dragon of the North and the Phantom Beast of the South. Under such circumstances, even if a bathhouse was opened and used by a group of beasts, even if they did not all bathe together for those girls who love cleanliness, it was still very unbearable. Therefore, Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, Letitia, Pest, Sarah, Shadora, and the other girls all secretly opened another bathhouse. This bathhouse was only known by Black Rabbit and a very small number of people. In order not to be exposed, Black Rabbit deliberately said that it would take 30 minutes to brush off Noah. Who knew? In order to reward Noah, Sarah revealed this place to him. Therefore, Noah, who was comfortably enjoying himself, suddenly heard footsteps. A series of footsteps. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.